No, Queens, not the cozy nap time. I only just... Good morning, guys. Welcome in. How's your day going? I cast a perpetual feeling of wanting to sneeze, but it refuses to come out. You son of a bitch! Not the murmur, the me. The me. Oh my goodness. But welcome in, guys. I'm back on my bullshit again. And by back on my bullshit, of course, that means we're going to talk about food today. We're going to talk about food. And then later, after stream, I'm going to party with Fairbanks. I cast the annoying itch you can't reach. Joke's on you. I can reach every inch. You're a hunk, me. I'm a hunk, sure. Aw. Boat. That is a nice boat. That is a good boat. Oh, good lord. What is that emote? Jesus. Oh, it's Misty's. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can see that. Oh my goodness. But welcome in again, guys. I am up I have food on the mind. I've not eaten today, so this is definitely going to be a mistake. And I feel bad for Fairbanks because Fairbanks invited me to his town, and his town has better restaurants than mine. So we may get there, and I may end up dragging them by the scruff of their neck to other places. What kind of food? That's a good question. I know he has Cajun food. I know there's there was a really good pizza by the slice place we went to. Thing is, I just don't know how far away they are. I think they're within a couple blocks. So I'm very much a foodie, so more than likely, because Fairbanks' that idea originally was to go to an arcade bar. So we may come and go depending on how busy it gets there. But there's probably other places that I don't know that haven't crossed my mind. Other types of places that aren't in my town, because my town is very limited in the restaurants that it has. Listen, if there's a kebab place or something, sold, baby. Hey, Light. Oh my goodness. The Desert Claw, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Are you the one and only? Are you the one and only Desert Claw? Parade. Kaboob? Not kaboob. No, you're thinking of Haboobs. Hi, Akami. How's your day going? Wait, it's New Year's over there, isn't it already, Akami? Yeah, it's New Year's over there already. Did you have a good New Year's? Did you have a good New Year's Eve? Getting over a stomach bug? Over the bug? Oh no. Oh no. Gamboing the stomach bug. Went to a shrine and froze. What do you mean you froze? Cold? It was cold? Future sight people. I can't believe Kami's living in the future. Cold as fuck. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I guess it's time to start getting better winter clothes. Time to learn how to properly bundle up. Ooh. Well, that's not the worst. That's not too bad. Let me double check though. I have a general idea of what that is in Fahrenheit, because yay, STEM degree, but I want an exact. Okay, yeah, I thought it was in the teens. That's not the worst, but yeah, that's not great. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure -2 was in the 20s, and past -7, it's in the teens. Hello? Did I hear knocking? Hello? It's also a humid cold. True. Supposed to get here soon too, where I'm at. Will Marin yell at me for talking about weird as shit video games? Depends on if it's relevant, Ganon. Also, what is that emote? You were using that yet? Oh, it's a cry. Oh, it's weird jelly crying emote. Okay, I get it. Here, you dropped this. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Cyber. Oh my goodness. It's Malin and the Knife Gang. Happy New Year's. Yeah, Happy New Year's Eve. The Knife Gang, I think it's just Ganon. I'm pretty sure it's just Ganon. Probably. The game's about pizza. Okay, you have my interest. Go on. Go on. How does the pizza game relate here? You have my curiosity cannon. You have the stage. I want Scrungly Mowen. Do you mean like the do you mean like the ones the bugs have? The ones that are like they're kind of like sketchy drawn and have like the goofy mouth and stuff? And they do kind of like crazy shit? Fuck your counter spell. Oh god. I don't have knives, I have needles. That works. Oh, did I miss it? I bet it's Pizza Tower. Oh god, please don't be Pizza Tower. I was hoping Ganon was pitching it as like one of those surprise horror games. Oh, does it, Ganon? Does it? What's the name of the game? Quit teasing me. Quit dragging it out. Why needles? Don't worry about it. Correct. Correct. Wait, that's what it's called? That's the name of the game? Funny Pizza Land? Funny. Oh, wait. Oh, what the fuck? Pedro's Pizzeria. Funny Pizza Land is a surreal adventure game with dark atmosphere that was designed back in 2001 to be a playable painting. This game looks heinous. It looks horrifying. It sounds like something that an artist from 2001 made as an art project. Good lord. Hold on, is there more info? Okay. You're Pedro, the usually happy owner of a famous restaurant in Pizza Land. Business wasn't going well lately, so one day he made the one and only life-changing decision to hunt down the evil global media monster. Help Pedro on his trip and jump and run through a surreal 3D adventure like you've never seen before. Meet freaky dudes, mysterious creatures, and hot ladies, and visit places beginning from the darkness of the catacombs to the creepy castle on top of Pizza Land's mountain. Are you ready for the final showdown against the global media monster? Oh my god. Experimental game that was already developed back in 2001 for Windows XP. When did it get it got released to Steam in 2022? Did somebody just have this lying around? What? Its control schematic is literally in the game description. It says hot ladies, but there's a picture here of what I can only assume is like the main character talking to some lady, and she looks like who remembers Angelica from Rugrats? The ugliest shit like Barbie doll. Oh no, Angelica was the girl. What was her doll's name? What was her doll's name? Cynthia, that's it. It looks like Cynthia. Yeah. I remember. We all member down here, okay? We all member down here. But I don't know. Ganon, how do you come across these things? Where do you it's because of the other games, isn't it? This is what you're recommended as like the hot ladies were a lie. I don't know. Because it looks like it's based off of like a Barbie doll. So, you know. What song is this? Driver's license? No. Hell yeah, I'll take a lecture swing. Oh no. Interesting. Okay. Funny Pizza Land 2 is real. No, it's not. Oh my god, it better fucking. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's take a look at that. I'm gonna go take a look at that. Funny Pizza Land 2. Okay. uncover the truth behind the legend of Pizzaland and save the dark comedy world of this funny point-and-click adventure. And it's in 2D now. It is no longer one of the shitty early 3D. But the main character is still ugly as sin. Jesus. I don't know why. It's giving Monkey Island vibes. Jesus. It's the year 1632. The king's official cook, a guy called Pedro, has one day the ambitious plan to create another delicious pizza. But dealings of the dark side of the freaky world of Pizzaland will soon cross his way. Oh my god. Ganon. Ganon. Wait. Funny Pizzaland 2 is a prequel to Funny Pizzaland, a game that was already released back in 2002. Tells the story of a distant relative of the main character and gives the player insights in all major events nearly 400 years before the original game. Key features: many jokes that are so stupid they're actually funny. Hand-drawn graphics in full HD with classic sprite animations and tons of real-time effects. Prequel to Funny Pizzaland from 2002. Oh god. Classic verb interface for maximum control? Unique mumblings instead of voices for the character. Okay. Chilling vibes in an unusual place. Oh god. Playtime: a couple of hours for pros, a lifetime for really bad gamers. Without having fun inclusive. I like that. I like that. Me having never finished Pokemon Coliseum. I think we need to revoke Ganon's internet license. We may have to. Ganon, what do you have to say about yourself? Can you not talk about weird shit? I wish you'd stop saying odd shit. Oh my god, I will rebel and take a nap, even if it's not nap time. Get wrecked, 8-ball. Queens! Also, thank you for self-care. My throat does feel, I don't know, like my face feels dry. Maybe it's that cold front I heard was coming in. Ugh, my face feels dry, my nose feels dry, and therefore my throat feels off. Okay. But I don't think I have any extra news today, chat. Let me do a little check on something. I did actually see something apparently earlier today. And I tried looking it up. I tried looking more into it because, as you know, I'm a professional hater, and there's nothing I enjoy hating more next to Elon Musk is hating Todd Howard. But apparently I saw something. Belial News apparently put out an interview or something with a Starfield lead designer. However, I tried looking into it, and the only thing I could find, though, were news articles from like a year ago. So I don't know if he is, if it was like way after he left or something. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay. God, Howard strikes again? No. Apparently, what I did find out, though, was apparently a year ago, the lead quest designer for Starfield quit. And I'm going to guess Belial's video is on him never regretting it, having like not regretted a moment of leaving Bethesda. And I'm like, good on you. That's fantastic. Keep it up. Fuck that dude. Fuck that company. Listen, I played, what was it? What Bethesda games have I actually played all the way through? Skyrim. That's it. And even then, I only did it because friends kept hassling me to play it. That's even having friends that like thought, what was it? What was the, I'm trying to remember. I blinked. Are we hating on my arch nemesis Todd Howard? Yes, Nero. Yes, we are. Extraction, I cast Armstrong. What?
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Isn't that already your second Armstrong? I swear that's the second Armstrong of the day, right? Hold on, I think I can actually check. Is it? Oh, no, it's not the first one. Wow. Hello. Green Mouse Taka, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What a great redeem. It's a pretty funny redeem. I like that redeem. It's a green screen effect. It's funny, and I intentionally have it like loud, because then y'all can, one, use it to scare me at certain times, or two, use it to deafen me at important moments. Hi, Grins. But... Interesting. Okay. Let me tuck some of these things away. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm gonna find... Wait, what is this? GTA 6 trailer quality. Trailer quality debate? What? Oh, and the new skins for Marvel's Lunar New Year. They're kinda neat. Kinda. Only kinda, though. Only kinda. But... Wait, what is this? A high-quality version of the GTA 6 trailer uploaded by Rockstar on Chinese social media app Bilibili was recently discovered. Here are details this version reveals that weren't as visible due to YouTube's compression. Okay. More detailed skin. Multiple NPCs can be seen hanging out on the balcony. Okay. Stretch marks can be seen on NPCs' thighs. That is a very specific detail. That is... who do you think designed that? Who do you think was like, we're going so realistic on this, we're adding stretch marks. Fuck you. Y'all just like to hate me? What? Me hating? I'm not hating. I'm not hating on this. It's just apparently this is somebody that realized the version that made it onto muscle deformation physics easier to see in addition to jiggle physics, of course. GTA is kind of overrated. I've never once, I hate to say this, guys, I have never once played GTA story mode. No idea what it's about. No clue other than a bunch of assholes probably doing illegal things. And I've never had any interest in it. I've only ever played the multiplayer. Muscle deformation physics. Yes, muscle deformation physics. Let me see really quick. GTA. I have... oh, Jesus. I have 67.6 hours in Grand Theft Auto, but I haven't played since August 8th, 2021. If that gives you an idea. Oh, good Lord. It's also funny that none of my friends really play it either. So when I go to look at like the activity feed for it, it's all just extra updates. There's nothing in here about like people getting achievements or people or like friends getting achievements, friends like adding the game to their library or friends wish listing the game to their library. But yeah, it's meh. Those games are fun in theory, horrible in execution. Yes, correct. And they're gritty. They're not nearly as fun, especially like they're gritty, they're crude, when they try to put details in, they often just break the game or it breaks the illusion and feels uncanny. Playing Vice City, gonna get everything I need out of that series, make it even 69 hours and stop playing forever. No. Rockstar, give Red Dead more love. I've actually been playing Red Dead 2 a little bit recently. It's actually kind of fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy Red Dead. Red Dead 2 multiplayer is fun. Also have not played the story there. Have not played Red Dead story at all. Not even a little bit. I do kind of wish that they would do Who remembers the like horror expansion of Red Dead 1 where they had like a zombie storyline? So GTA, what is that a face or is that GTA 0 could live? Imagine you can download mods for a better game. Excuse me, I'm just gonna go play, I'm gonna go play Cyberpunk. I'm just gonna go play more Cyberpunk. Please and thank you. Cyberpunk has way more heart and soul than any Bethesda game and any Rockstar game slammed together. I played pretty much almost every modern Bethesda game outside of Starfield, but they need to stop using the same damn engine for everything. They need to actually innovate. Correct. Correct. But they won't. They won't. They want to maximize profits while minimizing effort. And that's what they do with every game. They will brag about how much the game cost, but I promise you, they will brag about how much they're saying they're going to put into the game. They'll brag about how much money they've spent on it. They'll brag about how excited they are to give you the game that you finally want. And then they'll gut it. They will gut it in production, not telling anybody until release. And then you will find out exactly how much they min-max their budget. Ever's Fishpunk by Frostborn. Releasing in 2030? I was going to say, that's you. That's you. I am waiting for Fishpunk. I am waiting for the day for Fishpunk. Am I gonna get an early copy, Daedric? Am I gonna get like an alpha copy? 16 times the detail. You don't want to hold on. You just reminded me something. You just reminded me of something. You know how I hate on things? Well, apparently there's some people out there that really like hating on Star Citizen. But I saw something that had me fucking cackling at it because there was a guy who wanted to hate on it because one of his viewers was talking about how he was playing Star Citizen and enjoying the stream. So this guy was apparently trying to go off on it, and he was listing features and stuff off and being like, "Oh, I've heard about that game. They say that like the universe is so big and it's going to be like an MMO, but it's going to be so big it'll be almost impossible to meet people, blah, 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 blah." And I was like, sitting there, I was looking at my hands. I was like, am I hallucinating? Is this man talking about Star Citizen or is he talking about No Man's Sky? Because that description is fucking No Man's Sky. It's easy as fucking shit to find people in Star Citizen. There's only systems. There's not an entire fucking galaxy. Yeah, I was like sitting there, I was like, that is No Man's Sky, sir. And he kept like listing features and shit. He kept listing things that like happened to No Man's Sky, thinking it was Star Citizen. Space open world games are a black flag from the POV of a developer. So. How's your New Year's Eve going? How are you doing? Hi. Oh my goodness. You can meet players always. Not in No Man's Sky. In No Man's Sky, they legitimately lied about it being multiplayer. When the game launched, there was no multiplayer. It took them multiple interviews to finally admit that there was no multiplayer, and then they added it in later. EVE Online would like a word, always. Yeah, I fucking love Nightwish. Is EVE open world? No, that's a good question. I don't actually know. I'm pretty sure it's open world. 500 person server means you will bump into other players in the main spaceports now. I mean, you've always been able to bump into people pretty easily at the spaceports and stuff. It's kind of a weird one. Well, I mean, it's like, doesn't EVE play like a strategy game more so than like EverQuest is on Steam? I'm pretty sure EverQuest has been on Steam for a while. Like the first EverQuest? EverQuest 1, it's free. 2012, yeah, it's been on Steam for a while. The MMO that changed everything. Now with 29 expansions and countless updates. Oh. Jesus Peter Christ. Is kind of what Star Citizen wanted to be at a higher level version, but that's part of how they feature creep themselves into their situation. Maybe, but the thing is, it's a very different venture between what Eve is and being borderline a fucking economy sim game with ship mechanics, and Star Citizen wanting to make a first-person MMO in space. I disagree completely, Jade. I disagree. I mean, yeah, I mean, they've stumbled and stuff, but they're still releasing things. They're still putting stuff into production. It is not a scam. It's playable. I've seen games that are more of a scam on like a weekly basis than Star Citizen is. More than likely, I almost every time somebody thinks, also, hi, Broth. NMS or at least had an issue putting a game dev on PR. Like, as the dev, you kind of trained to say, oh, shit. It went out. Hold on. Trained to say, yeah, I mean, we could do that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My issue with Star Citizen is you're more ripped off depending on how early you adopted. Not technically. Maybe sorta, but they've already said that, like, you're basically getting ships early and that's it. And all of those ships are available in game and can be farmed on your own. And like, are you saying the sunken cost fallacy isn't a legitimate business move? The longer you hold out on not joining the game, the more screwed you feel. If you think you're going to enjoy the game, if you've seen what the premise is going to be, basically do the pre-order. Do the pre-order for yourself. Been a content store even before it released, and people are calling it an investment. The store claims items are in stock, implying that they can go out of stock, but it's technically not a scam. No. It's because they're in stock and out of stock because they don't have them open all the time. Some of them are like when they do events and stuff, they rotate them out. They rotate them out to again create another level of scarcity, which some parts of it can be scummy, but it's how they've been funding the game. No, Gannon, you don't get uppies. You had to introduce me to Funny Pizza Land today. You're in the punishment corner. Train SimWorld rookie numbers. Oh my god. Raise you Sims 4 to the Dead or Alive 6 core fighters? What? Fast flight sims if you got sticks without being tied to a war shooter? I can, here, real quick, let me see if I can find a video of one of the people I know that uses joysticks when they go flying. Okay, we'll do this one. Because it's only like a minute and a half. So real quick, let me swing on over and do this thingamadoohickey. Where is it? There we go. All right, Ozzy, time to be quiet. Time to be quiet. We're talking about Star Citizen. Now, this is apparently a platinum time, which is basically the like high score. But this shit is so much fun, and there's gonna be so much more in the future. I am legitimately excited. She's why I bought the sticks. Good. She's also why I want to get sticks for this game, because I feel like it's gonna be so much fun in the future. I am probably gonna try to start like an organization in the game. I don't care how long it takes. I'm patient. I'm patient for a game that I love. I was the same way with Cyberpunk. If they had delayed Cyberpunk again, I wouldn't have cared. But like, with what they're promising and what they've been working on, I am extremely hopeful. Like, we will get something eventually. Something's already playable, which again is better than most other games that started as a Kickstarter. Pinnacle of the Flying Fight, that's true. That is true. That's what you usually use in these racing things. But when it comes to the larger ships and stuff, they'll have other utilities. Other ships will have other utilities. Marin Corp? Corp. Yeah, purple sticks. Yeah, I think it's because like, I think I've asked her before on stream. I believe she uses Vorpal. You said Vorpal sticks. So let me see. I remember looking them up. Flight sticks. And this is the thing with them, if I remember right. Yeah, they're all separate. Like, you get a controller, that's just the controller. You have no base. You have to buy the base. You have to buy the base with it. So it's like $400 for one hand. Way cheaper and also good VKB. But this is probably a long way away. Yeah, I think this is another one that I've seen before. These are pretty neat. Ooh, throttle system. Holy shit. That's a little better. Love being gutted to play one game. What do you mean? Gladiators. These? Oh, wait, which ones? The Omni Throttle or the Space Combat Edition? Oh, one standard, one Omni Throttle? Interesting. That feels like it'd be kind of like a weird... What's the word? That'd be kind of like a weird setup to have one standard, one Omni Throttle. What's the driver support even like for these? That's a good question. Who knows? Oh, for the game, in-game, and Star Citizen? Oh, it's set up with... I wish I had Star Citizen updated. I would probably open it to show you. But Star Citizen is set up with a lot of mechanics already in place for a lot of different things. The game is already set up to use joysticks. And if not, you can like rework your key binding and stuff. It may be a little bit of work here and there to get it properly functioning, but it generally has settings for sticks as well as, oh, what's it called? Who knows the eye tracker thing? I think it's Tobii eye tracker. It already has support for Tobii eye tracker, where if you happen to have like one of those like multi-directional simulation kind of computer setups where it's like 3 massive monitors or something, you can put a Tobii eye tracker on and the game will recognize and move your direction you're looking. It also works the same way using the Tobii eye face tracker. Technically the same thing. The game has face tracking. I want an eye tracker. It's my next big buy. That just reminded me I have Christmas money. I have a huge single monitor. Oh, I should probably... Well, I'll get new monitors when I move. That'll probably be fine. But I think what I'm going to do when I ship these monitors is I'm just going to say fuck it and get rid of their legs. And it just force myself to buy a fucking mounting arm. Time for 144, baby? What do you mean 144? No more legs? No more legs. No more legs in the monitors because they dominate my desk space and I hate it. Samsung Neo G9. I have 2 Samsung monitors. I don't know the exact models on mine because one I bought new when I built my first PC. And then the other one I bought used, open box from Best Buy. And it's the one that I know for sure is busted because when I turn my computer on, it's black. It's black for like the next 5 minutes. And it takes about 5 to 10 minutes for it to warm up and go from like black to like yellow and purple with a whole bunch of lines. And then eventually it warms up and it's a totally normal monitor. But I need my legs. I'm not taking your legs off, Faye. And you're not a computer monitor. I cast food, feed. Oh my God, though, guys. But listen, guys, if you have the slightest interest in Star Citizen, I recommend just picking up the basic upgrade, not the basic upgrade, the basic pack, which is $45. And just play, just like if you play it a little bit, enjoy it, that's totally fine. And you will have that game forever. You'll have that game all the way through launch. Even if right now it's not your bread and butter, My on button broke off one of mine? Huh? Oh, okay, I gotcha. I almost never have to use the buttons on my monitors, so my brain was like, wait, on button? You use the on button? I will add research to cheap ships. Some don't do what you need. Mine won't but carries a lot. Correct. Let me see real quick. Because some of them are Star Citizen. That's not it. It's funny, when you put in Star Citizen, you get an old as dirt website that's not even related to them, because their actual website is Robert Space Industries. Here, let me... Oh, wait, I think I'd been signing in actually under a username. Ah, I'm glad I actually remember that. Okay. Yeah, we're going to the pledge store. Game packages. And then let me swing back on over here. All right, nerds. So yeah, Zozo did make a good point. Also, I can have these back. These are mine again. Not really into the MMO part. Well, you don't have to play with people, but it is true that it's kind of hard. There is a single player version. There is a single player one, though. There is single player, but it looks like they're also running like a War Bond special right now, which usually these War Bond ones like they're usually slightly cheaper, but they also come with extra stuff. You'd have to go check the details on them. But these are all game packages, which means they all come with access to the game. So like it looks like they're starting with starting with all of the like discount stuff first, and then here's usually the cheapest starting ones. So there's fighters, there's like small little cargo ships, expedition ones. A lot of these are multi-use ships. Wait, what did Brat say? Train lever about game paraphernalia. I got fight sticks, multiple controllers for different games, racing sim wheels, and soon flight sim sticks. I like computer paraphernalia too. It's a shame that right now I don't do a whole lot of stuff that like uses it, but I really want to get like flight sticks and stuff for this game because I really want to devote to it when it comes out, which is also why I'm not in like the biggest rush. But yeah, there's tons of ships in this game. There's tons of packages if you're willing to fucking splurge. Yeah, you'll see that there's a 1.3K. That's not even the worst. We can keep going. We can keep going. I wish I was joking, but I know somebody who has this pack at the end, the Praetorian pack. I know somebody that has that. I got the Mustang. It's mid for earning money at best. Doesn't carry much as the large ships and can't mine, but it's quick at least. It's fast, but the thing too is you can get other ships very quickly by doing side jobs. So I don't know if Zozo knows this. It's all the ships ever. You buy the Praetorian pack, you get every ship in the game now and every ship that's going to come to the game in the future. I want an ETS2, but in space, just space trucking. Let me see. So we can actually go to individual ships here. And I can actually show you because there is what is essentially the perfect space trucker. We're going to go with transport. So there's always the Freelancer. Freelancer is based like one of the earliest get-throughs if you want to be a generally space trucker. It's crude. It gets the job done. It has a decent cargo hold. There's cleaner ones like the Intrepid. There's a bigger one like Freelancer Max. Zeus is another one. I think it's only showing me ones that are available for purchase. Too bad. I don't want that. I want to show y'all all the ships. There it is. Here's your big boy. I actually have a Caterpillar in my game because it's a substitute for a ship that hasn't come out yet that I own. And if they still show the video ads, let's see. I also have an Ares or a Hercules. I also have this ship. This is my favorite ship for doing a bunch of cargo shit. Yeah, they did do it like car commercials. Let me look at find the Freelancer again. I think it's lower now. Different colors, pirate version. There's the Freelancer. You have a Herc? Yeah. I have a Hercules. I have a Caterpillar. I have a... Here, let me see real quick. Actually, hold on. Because I don't know if it's going to drop my name or something, because I don't think I have my name on it. Oh, yeah, that's fine. But, no, hold on. I can do this a different way, I think. Let me see real quick, though, if we have...
A comm comes over the spectrum with a job.
There you go. ADHD? I am ADHDing. Was like the Ford F-150? Yep.
All it says is an amount of cargo, a delicate timetable, and a risky route.
This was very early. The Freelancer was so early in all of the builds of Star Citizen that I wish I was joking. But there was a bug in one of the early builds where if you didn't have a ship,
we're talking pressurized, resistant construction.
It was
so
bugged to shit.
You put in here
so they gave everybody Freelancer. For the longest time, everybody had a Freelancer.
Their award-winning
It was just a ship you started with because there was a bug that if you didn't load in with a ship, you would never be able to log in. And it took them forever to fix it, but it did get fixed at some point, so now not everybody has a Freelancer. Although I think I did upgrade.
But with a weapon system featuring trusted names like Bering and Kronik.
Jesus, this is like a Ford F-150 commercial. That's sticky as the little loading orb forever. Ooh. What do you mean the Millennium Marmalade?
Commercial vessel, Freelancer class. Brake tags look good.
Yeah.
Cleared for landing.
Slapship, this bad boy can hold so much cargo. Damn right I can. Damn right I can. Maybe someday I'll take a day and I will walk y'all through the game itself, but I don't know if my computer can handle it.
Because you trust.
Can stream and play Star Citizen at the same time.
Misk Freelancer.
That's kind of a that's a 2 PC situation.
Built for life.
Built for life. Fuck yeah, Misk is Ford. Fuck yeah. All right, let me see something really quick. Other? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ship upgrades. So this is how I can show you the ships that I have. I got a Vulture because I would like doing salvage, Mercury, and Merchantman. But I'm pretty sure I could have swore I got a... Hold on a second. I could have swore I went for the Star Lancer after they announced it. For 15,000. Oh my god. No, I guess I can't find it. Interesting. Yeah, let me see if there's... I don't think there's anything for the Caterpillar, but the Caterpillar is basically your fucking long hauler, your 18-wheeler in space. It's huge. It's fun. It carries so much shit. And apparently in the future, it's going to be modular. So like each of those sections, you're actually going to be able to change into different things. But some of these still haven't come in. Like, I don't think the Genesis is in the game. Yeah, in concept still. There's the whole B. So like, there's whole B, there's whole A, and then I think it goes all the way through E. So some of these, is this one? Yeah, I was gonna say, I've flown this one. But yeah, this is basically another giant trucker, but like all of the cargo is on the outside of the ship. It's fun. It's a good ship. It's a very good ship. I don't think the mechanics... No, some of the mechanics are in now. So obviously you can't land with this ship when it's looking like this. So one of the new mechanics they added several months ago is you can actually... what's the word? They added unloading zones. They added like spatial unloading zones on space stations. So with like things like the hulls and stuff, you can pull up to space stations and get it unloaded. 36-ton ship. Yep. Yep. And they get bigger. They get bigger as you go down like the letters. Like the whole E is fucking huge.
Enjoy the show.
Rudrick Butler, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? But yeah, you can usually find a ship for each person. Like Ironclad is one that a lot of people are excited for that hasn't come out yet. And it's supposed to come out this coming year. But it's essentially like an armored cargo ship, and then it has a weapons version. But people really like it because apparently it's huge. It's going to be huge, and it's heavily armored. So it's going to be like the first military cargo ship. Mercury's data. What's another relatable brand to this? If you want like something that's even cruder than like basically space forward, then you have, I forget what this A is. This is just the raft. We'll just call it the raft. It's a way more crude. It looks like mining equipment basically. And a lot of the other vehicles for it are kind of mining vehicles. The mole's not going to be in here. Oh, here's a Star Lancer. This is one that I could have swore I upgraded to because it's part of base building in the future. Are we going to try the engineering and combat stuff more? Hell yeah. Obviously not meant for valuable cargo. ETC. Too eepy to do my usual thingy. Kona recommended and said since I miss your stream, usually I'm happy to be there. Oh, hell yeah, thank you. Yeah, the Star Lancer is huge. It's because it's like, it's supposed to be story-wise. It's a long fairing. It's basically the RV. If the Freelancer is a Ford F-150, this is a Ford RV. And then it comes with like base building capacities in the future, which is really nice. Really nice. They actually introduced this ship, announced this ship at their convention. I think it was in November. No. It was October. Or was it September? Fuck. It was sometime in the fall. I don't remember what day it was, but it's already released. It's already in the game, apparently. And I thought I bought one, but I guess I didn't. Upsetty spaghetti. Unless I go check like my hanger and I find it there. Vulture colors. Huh. Guess I didn't. Weird. Very, very weird. Why did I think I bought the Star Lancer? Did I upgrade something into it and it's just saying it's something else? Well, that's upsetting. I thought I had the Star Lancer. Damn. Oh, the racing bikes? Do you want me to show them the racing bikes? Because we can do that. There's the competition category. These are all racing vehicles. And actually, yes, this Dragonfly and this Dragonfly Black are basically tractors. Just checked War Thunder Market, the usual king of it. The IS-7 has been dethroned by 2 French tanks. Only 5 on sale right now for the small. What the fuck? That's nuts. But yeah, ground racing, sky racing, little bitty ship racing, pod fighters. I want the the Peregrine. I like this Peregrine. The one I'm hovering, but you can't see my mouse. I want it. It shall be mine. But yeah, there's tons of things that are like you can do now in the game, but there's going to be even more in the future. Do I need to show chat the base building? Is that what do we need to show what the base building in the future is going to? No, we've done it. That's also Faye dropped a new video, nerds.
The art of fashion design is something we frequently discuss over
Go
here
watch
on the
it.
YouTube channel, and my
Go watch it. Go watch it. Or I will be under your bed tonight when you get home wasted after a night of drinking for New Year's. I can keep getting away with it, and I will. I can and I will. Faye needs watch hours. We need to get Faye that partner. We also need to get Zai that partner. Speaking of which. Bleh. Bleh. Go watch both their videos. Go watch both their videos. All of them. Every single one. All of their shorts. All of the shenanigans. Do what must be done. And yes, I'm on my food bullshit again, which is why I have like 3 dancing bacon videos open. Don't look at it. Do not observe. Do not observe. Gaming, I'm happy. Yes, I like watching Roanoke gaming in my free time. Already, let me binge watch Faye videos. Good ordained, go get it. Get me to partner it. Listen, eventually, I will start making videos. Eventually, I will start making other videos. Eventually, we get a big friend. Usually, the IS7 was the most expensive solid 2K. Jesus. Oh, I don't believe you. Eventually. How much space does the game need in terms of Star Citizen? You know, I don't actually know off the top of my head. Let me see. Maybe I can check. Let me remove. Add a remove program. Star Citizen. It doesn't show up here. It doesn't show up here. Gosh darn it. You needed 100 gigs for the last patch. I don't think that was just the last patch. But the thing is, I think it was probably consolidating and updating a bunch of stuff to Malern. But yeah, that doesn't sound too far off. It's probably pretty close to that. It's a big graphically intensive game, but it is worth it. The three most expensive are... Jesus, why? Wait, are you looking... Is this in-game or is this like a third-party page? 100 gigs, but I may be wrong. It's probably 100 gigs though, so I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, some of the patches do technically essentially uninstall the entire game and reinstall it. That's really, hold on. War Thunder storefront. What the fuck? And y'all had the goddamn audacity to come complain to me. That y'all were upset that Star Citizen was fucking, before launch, raising money by selling ships. When War Thunder does it while they're live. Cross up, but they ruined it with all the microtransactions, pay to win things. Pirate Patch just installed concurrently with the old one. Yay. I haven't played it since the Pyro stuff came out, so I haven't updated in quite a bit. You know, as you do. All right, we got about 15 seconds till the ad break, guys. I'm going to get the iPad up for y'all. And then when we come back, we're going to do a little bit of food shenanigans. I keep half almost trying to grab the link for it because I'm not used to it just working. It just works. Take notes, Todd Howard. Never did any War Thunder iPad. Yay. Okay. I will go ahead and start that. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Stay out of trouble. Don't burn anything down. Sunstar, you are more than welcome to give them multiple rounds if there's enough time. Chat, I'm sorry. I have a distraction. We're not going to food yet. We're not going to food yet. Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. I keep mentioning the Vampire the Masquerade campaign we've been doing on Sundays. Smog went back and clipped a thing that happened. And I think this is one of the moments that I had that night. So I want to show it to y'all because it's really fucking funny and really fucking lucky. So hold on a second. Of course I know World of Darkness. I talk about World of Darkness all the time. So really quick, if anybody doesn't know, this is our Vampire the Masquerade campaign, Shadow of the Spiral Serpent. We do this typically on Sundays. We're not doing it this coming Sunday because we have to take a break because GM is busy. Distraction dance. Oh, distraction dance. Hoi, hi Ginger. So one of the things that happened on Sunday is I was crashing out. If you didn't know that, if you haven't seen the game, I have been having a hell of a time in character all through the campaign, and she is currently crashing out. And this person she's going to meet technically just proved to her that they know about her family before she was a vampire. And she is pissed.
Okay, let me find it. There we go.
Let me see, I probably need to... Okay, the volume is maxed here.
Difficulty 9.
Difficulty
Jesus
9. Peter fucking Christ. She's not gonna nail it. She's not gonna get this one. She's difficulty 9. Get this one. Here, real quick. So if anybody doesn't know how World of Darkness works, difficulty is what you have to hit on a D10. So difficulty 9 means that I have to hit a 9 or above on a D10.
I believe
She nailed it!
Oh,
Let's go!
Let's fucking go!
holy fucking
So you can see the roll down here at the bottom, which is a 10, a 9, and a 4. Which in our game, a 10 pops, and instead of being like, roll it again, it's another guaranteed success. So a 10 is 2 successes. So she made 3 successes off of 3 dice on a difficulty 9.
We can all
Let's go, do it, friend.
we can all unclench.
Okay, let me find it. There we go.
Now this was... Oh, I can't say spoilers. I can't say spoilers. Jesus, Peter fucking Christ. She's not gonna nail it. She's not gonna get this one. She's not gonna get this one.
I believe
She nailed it! Oh, let's go!
Let's fucking go!
As Alpha Brava? No. Alpha Busa. Alpha Busa uses it's the speaker D that's the DM for their games too, by the way. It's they pop it, and in their case, popping is re-roll it instead of just another success. It's just the potential for another success. We went with the guaranteed 2 successes to like emphasize the fact that it's basically a critical. But no, it's not the same one. It's a more generous version of his. But yeah, if y'all want to go see this, I can actually. We're not gonna watch the whole thing because it's a long thing. But if you want to go watch it,
There we go.
Oh, I didn't save it. Sorry, that's Sai. Go check out Sai.
Difficulty 9.
But
Jesus, Peter. You made the
it didn't copy it. There we go. There we go. Check that out.
Carnby.
You can probably also find the other episodes on his page under highlights and stuff. Trying to prep for DM for World Darkness campaign, but I don't know where to start. Figure out which generation you want to do first and foremost. That's what you need to figure out first. Prep to DM for World of Darkness. Are you doing World of Darkness base where you play as a human, or do you know what splat you want to do? I would almost always go for like V20. Goodness, I have the hiccups now. All right. But there's more to that. That was shockingly, it didn't seem like it with that one roll. But it was very intense. It was a very intense moment, and we got stuck with a cliffhanger at the end of it. So we'll be coming back to one hell of a fight. Because I love the idea, but the human version really tempts me. The thing with the human version is you are far more susceptible to kind of everything. So you really have to like be careful, and that's more of like playing World of Darkness as like the normal human version from the World of Darkness core book is like basically playing a crazy horror house as a campaign. That's basically how the World of Darkness base game works. When you're not playing any of the splats or any of the monsters, and you're just playing a person, a guy, as opposed to like even then a hunter. This game is so cool with it would represent you with options to change into a splat character. The thing is that can work. That can work, but splat strengths are so different. That if like everybody in the campaign doesn't go into the same splat, somebody is either going to be severely overpowered or severely underpowered. Like if you have werewolves in the same party as, if you have a fledgling werewolf in the same party as a fledgling vampire, the werewolf is leagues above the vampire. DM'd a The Thing homebrew. Ooh. We're gonna be, I was very underpowered, but hella fun. Interesting. It could work in its own ways. It could probably work. Y'all seen Faye's new video? Have y'all seen Faye's new video? Y'all checked out Faye's new video? Have y'all seen Faye's new video? Have y'all checked out Faye's YouTube? I don't think Faye has partner yet, guys. Have you checked out Faye's? No, I'm kidding. Honestly, fell in love with World of Darkness because of Alpha Busa. Good. I'm glad people are falling in love with the World of Darkness. Because of Alpha Busa. Eat your heart out Games Workshop. You scared off one of your best marketing tactics, and now he's doing shit for World of Darkness. Maybe we'll get a Mage the Ascension for 5th edition. You know, with how they've been simplifying all the other splats in 5th edition, I don't think I would complain about them simplifying Mage in some way. Game balance is not something the World of Darkness really does. It's still cool as hell, though. True. I still want to figure out somehow to play Beast the Primordial. I just haven't really been able to figure it out yet. I'm jonesing for Mage 5th edition. I'll probably get it and at least check it out to see what it's like. If they announce it. Because right now I don't think there's any announcement on what's coming. Trying to force Alpha Bruce's series on a friend because she always like, I don't know what to binge watch. Oh. Yeah, she needs to binge watch the like animated version, the animated editions of them playing. Because I listened to the Norfolk Wizard game when it was literally just an audio podcast. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry. Had to adjust my hair a little bit. All right, I would like to make just a temporary limit break kind of thing rather than a forum you just hang out in. You can't hang out in, well, actually, I think that was something that they added in 5th edition Werewolf, where like you have to spend willpower if you're not committing violence. Like you have to commit violence in Krynos form to maintain it. But had me rolling, the monkey just killed me. Woo! Okay, let's get to this, guys. We're gonna watch some fucking food videos to like max and relax and nerd shit. Also, how much? Oh, hold on, I forgot they have their own captions. There we go. There we go. What could $100 hot pot be? Oh, lobster. That explains that. Oh my goodness. I would like to commit one violence, please. No violence. Oh my goodness. They're gonna cook Robert. No! Oh my goodness. Okay. Fairbanks, I was mentioning earlier that I'm a fucking nerd for food, so I'm probably gonna make you wander. Taking our happy ass down the street for food. Besides fried pickles. We can get fried pickles. We can get fried pickles and a drink, and then I want to go get some some other cool food. Cubed meat! Talk to me about World of Darkness and food and all and not joking. Good. Exclamation mark Discord. Mushrooms. Vegetable platter. Oh. Give me the donut sticks. Oh. Bubble tea, but it's in like what looks almost like a stein. In cube form. Cube meat. Schmack. Food. Yeah, because I haven't eaten today yet, and probably after stream, all I'm gonna do is get dressed, refill my water bottle, and get in the car. The weight of a small child in exotic meats. I'm probably gonna bring my headphones too, honestly. Because then other people don't try to talk to me too much when I'm wearing my headphones in public. Salted egg yolk and prawn. Oh. Fried prawn? I couldn't tell if the prawn was fried. Or do we need to get in the car and go to that one shopping center I was talking about before? It's time. We can go to Hot Pot. New Year's Hot Pot. This guy always goes so overboard with his sauces. It's always funny to me. I want the peanut sauce. Oh wait, he's mixing all of it and the peanut sauce? You mad genius, you. Oh, I could kiss you. I want to go to a Hot Pot restaurant. There's one that I know that's a hop, skip, and a jump from Fairbanks. But I am kind of nervous because I'm basically going to be driving towards a major city in our state at like fucking rush hour. Garlic. Yo, grab some of that chili sauce right there. I see it. Yeah, get that chili oil. Get that chili oil. You madman. Oh. Those caramelized onions and I don't know, radish or tomato. Fish skin. And seaweed. Oh, okay. There's no hot pot where I live. Yeah, apparently my town's gonna get one, but they just haven't opened yet. Whoa. It's also, the thing too with that other place is it's right next door to, what was it? It's right next door to, the conveyor belt sushi place I went to. And then there's also, I think, the Korean fried chicken place. I'm sorry, I'm a fucking foodie. And like, whenever it comes to like going out for a night, I'm always like, food. I must have food. Also, Fairbanks, if you're still listening, do you know if that bar has like, does it have like a drink minimum or does it have like a door cost or anything? You know off the top of your head? Meat cubes! Alright. Show me how well these meat cubes cook. Okay. God. They're frozen! Mashed seafood? What? Vegetable platter. Remember to eat your veggies, chat. I'll live here because we have a lot of wildlife. The internet company was forced by the state to actually put the fiber optic wire. Good. Gotta start with the vertical meat. Nobody wants that to fall down, right? Nobody wants that to fall down. Ooh, I'd also kill for curry. I'm looking at his fucking like hot tub of a sauce next to the plate. Is it possible to just completely ignore all PvP? No. No, it's not. People can still BM you, people can still hunt you down, people can still screw you over. It's unfortunate. But it happens. Oh, she lost hers. Hers fell apart. Oh, wait, that sauce looks banger. Wait. Wait, no, come back! Oh my god. Beef cubes. Okay, those probably take quite a bit longer to cook. Chicken parts. Define parts. You get this from ordering the pig stomach broth, which you can later... Wait, what? Oh, there's pig stomach already in there. A shot of slushy? A shot? But... why? Ooh. I'm gonna grab some cake. Cake, what kind of cake? What kind of cake? Fuck, I fucked up. Fairbanks, I fucked up. Fairbanks, I fucked up. It looks so good. Homemade angel cake? Ooh. Again, chat, remember to eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables. What happened? I'm hungry. I'm hungry already. Ooh, the sound of that mushroom. There's no way that finished all that food. That finished all that food? They usually do. You'd be surprised. This man puts it back. But they always get so much food. Carrot. Oh, the mushrooms look so fucking good. Kern. Oh, I missed the fish cake. When did he put the fish cake in there? Goodies. Wait, what is this? This is the tofu? Oh, that looks so good. Fuck. I cook for people, so... That's the... You say that's the pig's blood, isn't it? Ask for a top-up? A top-up of meats? Oh, okay, there's the broth. I was like, is he... What are you talking about, broth? Liver, blood? I think it was pig's blood. I don't think that was the liver itself because the fact that it was cubed. Lobster time. Don't want to lose that shit in there. No, guys, you don't understand. It's gonna cook so fast. Don't let it go. No! Food's so good. The cameraman got the shakes. I don't know how many... What is it? Like different... Just the blob of the innards. Come on, guys. There's not much of a reason to put the legs in. Sweet Jesus. Just a while. Just a while. How much is a whole while? How much is a whole while? The broth on the right was duck blood, was it? I thought it was just one of their spicy broths. Oh my god, I'm gonna act up. The things I'm gonna do. The things I'm gonna do. And then I'm gonna feel bad because I get full way earlier than I wanted to. More seafood balls. And then mashed. Like, they just call this mashed seafood. Which, it looks like there's roe in it, but squid paste and flying fish roe. Oh, that's an interesting combination. Is that calamari? No, it is not. Shove sea bug into mouth. Sea bug is delicious, okay? Sea bug is delicious. Sea bug is kind of sort of maybe the best kind of seafood. I fucking love crustaceans. Shellfish is delicious. I do like eel too. God, eel is so good. The little bit of dip in the broth. Oh god, so it doesn't stick. That's actually a pretty decent volume compared to like the meats and stuff. This is a lot of squid paste to eat. Cuttlefish paste, or what is it? The cuttlefish or the mint paste. Mint paste. Oh, vanilla paste. I think it was vanilla paste. Vanilla paste. Vanilla paste. Cuttlefish. Okay. Squid paste. Listen, yum, yum, yum. Wait, did she put all the others in the one further away, or did I miss something? Once they start floating? Ooh. Yeah, this was a mistake. I should not have decided we were watching food today, but I'm nothing if not committed. I'm nothing if not committed, okay? Eat the little guy? Okay. Okay, I'll do it. Why not? Okay, so they did just call it cute ball. Cuttlefish pieces. Oh. That sounds awesome. Simple pace. Okay, more donuts! More! Listen, how many of y'all have ever dipped like a donut in like coffee, like just straight up in coffee or anything? I don't blame them if it's a savory donut, dipping it in the broth. That sounds awesome. I can't handle fish or seafood related stuff. Wait, you don't like fish or seafood? Furry. Furry, how could you? How could you, my friend? What did we do to deserve this? Everybody needs more seafood in their diet. It's one of the most abundant resources. We just overfish it, and a lot of it goes to waste. You gotta be able to fish it efficiently. All the time. I know, but it's like, get sick instantly? It's possible. That just sounds like poor preparation, though. Or is it like... Define sick. Define sick. Does like the texture or something make you feel like foul? I never like fish, to be fair. Ordain! You're not even in America, where you're supposed to have some kind of weird disdain for seafood because you're crazily landlocked. What the hell, Ordain? You're supposed to be statistically more likely to enjoy seafood. Oh, pig's blood! Oh, it's duck blood. Okay. In my country, so I guess in the end this is a very worth it premium meal. I mean, y'all did have probably more food than the average 2 people could eat. Bean curd. From choking up to puking, like as soon as you put it in your mouth, that just sounds like a psychological issue. That's a psychological issue, furry. That's a psychological issue. That's something you need to tell yourself to get over. That's not the fish's fault. Oh, little candies. All right. Oh, I remember this that 4 section one there, but we're not doing that. We're going on to robot vending machines. More dancing bacon! Oh no, I thought you were talking about the broth. I thought you were talking about the broth, not the coagulated blood. So Jesus, that music is so loud. That would drive me nuts. He's just a little guy. I can't do oysters, but clams and mussels are fine. Really? Is it like, do you have the issue with like the texture of how like a lot of people like to call it a snotty booger? Wait, that's an arm? That looks like a straw. Ice cream. Tortellini, hi Sizzle. How are you doing? Dance while you wait for snacks? Just jamming, just jamming. Wait. Was that 7 yen? No, that can't be right. I must have misread that. Was that 70? Oh, that's literally just straight up a soft serve ice cream machine back there. Thinking about sleeping. It's the middle of the day. Oh wait, are we both that old? Are we doing the? You want? Oh, you're probably right. You're probably right. Yeah, that makes more sense if it's you want, because that's about $1. That's roughly a 1 USD. Oh, it's so cute. All the fun dishes these machines make, but without the yucky menu. That's pretty fine. It's pretty simple too, and it's pretty affordable. Like $1 for this
取
is
餐
pretty
完
neat.
成，记得再来光顾哦。
It looked good to me. 96 cents to $1. Yep. I was gonna say, because I remember 15 yuan being roughly $2. Here's over in 3.5 hours. It's 1:30 here. It is 1:30 p.m. Since 6 in the morning? Jesus. Oh god, is he getting
可
multiple
以任意搭配。
hazelnuts? Not hazelnuts, those look like chestnuts. Weirdly. I mean, it's pretty simple ice cream. The camera's zooming in and the music getting quieter is kind of funny to me. Pineapple time. I fucking love pineapple on ice cream. Fucking love pineapple on ice cream. Listen, I think it's one of the most underrated toppings. Who remembers the jarred fruit ice cream toppings? Who remembers those? Like if you were a kid or if you still happen to buy them, because I'm pretty sure they're still available.
雪糕做好
Oh
了，
no, she's got
快去
pieces
走
of
尝尝
chestnuts
吧
on。her arm. I'm back with that fat slice of angel cake. What else is on it? Did you put anything else on it? Did you put like strawberries? Did you make like a compote or anything, or is it just straight up angel cake? The what? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? The Smucker's thing. This like pineapple topping. Did nobody else have this as a kid? Has to have it on his nightly bowl of ice cream. It's not available in any local store, so being able to order online and have it sent directly to us is awesome. Neat. But yeah, that's a good topping. I don't care what anybody says. I like pineapples on ice cream. And I'll throw some peanut butter in there too because I'm an animal. Blueberry. I've mostly spent my time sleeping or binging YouTube or watching anything but night. I can't sleep at all. New 2 hours per night since Saturday. Jesus. You probably should take a little less screen time. Yeah, it probably is. Well, I mean, this is China. And they're using pineapple toppings, so... I mean, the Smucker's one is definitely an American brand. But I wouldn't doubt if there was like an equivalent elsewhere. Like if y'all have ice cream places or something that have pineapple topping, it's probably gonna be the same thing. It's funny, it's sometimes fun just kind of watching little drops of syrup come out.
雪糕做好了，快取走尝尝吧。
Aww.
取餐完成，记得再来光顾哦。
Peanuts and blueberry. Oh. That's the thing in this, I think, was it this one? No, maybe it's the next one. I think it's the next one that has like drone delivered food or something, and I kind of want to see that. I used strawberry jam on vanilla ice cream because my late grandmother gave it to me as a little treat. Hell yeah! Cotton candy machine. Oh, that's what the stick is. It's the stick of the cotton candy that I thought was a straw.
棉花糖正在制作中，请耐心等待。
Oh god, it's the same music. Oh. Totally rude, like here's your ass crying you tall fuck, like get the fuck away. Somebody needs to do that. Somebody needs to make a machine, like a pizza vending machine or something that like yells at you in Italian or something. I need something like that. I need more angry restaurants besides like Ed Debovics and Karen's. But hold on, who's blinking at me? Oh, okay. Okay. There we go. Pizza machine that yells, did you decide to put pineapple on pizza? No, I like pineapple on pizza, shut up! I like pineapple on pizza. It's delicious. Fight me. Fight me. Oh. gonna be huge. Wait a second. This doesn't feel like such a good idea anymore. Jesus. I also just realized too, that arm can only go up and down. So the door or something's gonna have to open for you to be able to reach in and take it out. Or there can just be another arm, maybe. Perhaps. Ah, there we go. There we go. Life, finds a way.
棉花糖已制作完成，请取糖。
Interesting. Wait, do you see bananas and strawberries? What do you mean, see bananas and strawberries? Oh, you mean you're talking about like the Brazilian pizza that just puts banana and strawberries? I'd try it. I'd try it. Given the chance. $2. That's better than any amusement park I've ever been to. That is far better than any amusement park I've ever been to. Oh, you want cotton candy? That's gonna be $10 minimum. And that's only if you just want blue or pink on a stick. Size of your head. No, it's bigger than his. I see an ant in there. I just thought, hold on. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. There it is. There's an ant on the glass. There's an ant on the glass. Peas and mayonnaise on pizza. I saw that and I heard an Italian lady cry that day. I know in Japan they like putting peas and mayonnaise on their pizza. But their mayonnaise is different. I also really like, I'm not gonna lie, I like corn on pizza, but I've never been able to find a restaurant here that lets me put corn on pizza. It's only whenever I like end up like looking up what like Pizza Hut and Domino's lets you do in like Japan and China. I want corn on pizza. Give me corn as an option on pizza. I need it. Peas, mayonnaise, and pizza. All that I couldn't tell you when we cry the day. He's chillin'. He's big chillin'. Can we say that you were corny? How dare? See, there it is. It's climbing towards the machine. Sir, there's going to be an ant in your cotton candy. Wait, which design did he pick on this one? Don't bug him. The song is now living in my head. Bum, 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 bum. I think I'll be punching the machine just because of the music. No! Why? Classic pepperoni and sausage pizza? What's not to love about it? That's one of the pizza places near me has a triple pepperoni pizza. And that shit is bonkers. The strange stopping and starting of the music combined with what feels louder than usual signs of insanity. How dare you put the pineapple on the pizza? I'll do it again. I'll do it again. It's delicious. Fight me. Okay, resting position. Also, wait, why are there bottles down there? Why are there bottles tucked at the bottom of that thing? Okay. Hold on. I want to see what this drone food thing is. Oh, gotta move turn off captions because it's still dancing bacon. Is the dominant entity in the carnival now? I don't make the rules. No! Wow. Wait. Where does it... Okay, the Media Finance Center in Xingxing, China. Okay. Music was kind of shit. It was the usual jingle. Hi, Phil. How are you doing? How's your New Year's? How's your New Year's Eve? Welcome to the game. Oh my god, you're right. Wait. Oh shit. Okay. Anybody from the public can order. Download their app and have a China, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan phone number, I'm guessing. I'm guessing the number is phone number. Hold on, what do we got? We got, looks like some kind of KFC combo, a coffee, a mango drink of some kind, A sushi set of some kind. Another drink. Chestnuts. Literally just looks like roasted chestnuts. Another coffee. And I honestly can't tell what this third thing on the top row is. I think it's another kind of set of some kind. It's just a really crummy picture compared to all the others. Confirms denies my broken ears or if it is louder than normal. No, it was louder than normal. It was louder than normal. Here, I'm also going to reduce the volume a little bit. Click on the kangaroo. Yes, I would like a KFC meal, please. Make sure your address is set in the thing. Okay. Then okay, no, there's oh my wait. That's a whole fried chicken. That's a whole fried chicken. Okay. Just had to make sure. Okay, yeah, there's a lot more here. I'm going so fast. I'm trying to look at all the things. Because they look... Oh, he's getting... Oh, no. Oh, he was... Let's start with that. You're getting a whole chicken and that's only temporary? Also, $42? That's $7 for a whole chicken. Sorry, 42 yuan is $7. Roughly $7. That's better than a regular combo. You seen how he eats? That's true. That's true. My chicken! Somebody just shoots it out of the sky. No! You can see it like varying some of the propeller speeds. Just comes straight down. Also, look at how damaged that building is to the left. That little like tower thing. Yeah, its drone drops it. Oh no. I mean, that wouldn't be the worst way to deliver it, but instead it looks like this whole thing uses like a machine system. A like stationary base for the drone to always return to. It's called aesthetic. Is it, Makari? Is it? Broken isn't an aesthetic, Makari. I have told you this many times. Broken is not an aesthetic. It's time to get something better. Oh. Ooh. Okay. It takes it out from under it and then just... Okay. The future! I can get whole chickens delivered in 20 minutes. It's different when having a cold. Because it feels nice on the throat. Future! That drone is staring. Maybe it was. Okay, so this thing seems like it can hold multiple boxes. It's kind of like almost like a locker system, I think. So you do have to put a code in. Zoom. Not the doorbell. Not the doorbell sound. And I'm sorry if somebody's dog just went ballistic. The drone knows what you did. What a Velcro box. Oh, I'll break it down and slide it on in. Oh yeah, reusable boxes. Fantastic. I like that. I like that. There's one in there. Wait, that is that a reusable bag? This world is what you need. Danny! Monsters roam and the demons all feed. Gosh darn it, Danny, now I gotta go change the tab. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Did you have a good time, Danny? Did you stay out of trouble? Say, Victoria and Kyber, thank you both for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mara, and I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. Usually I play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, gorgeous, whatever my little grubby little hands like to get into. Today's Tuesday, which is usually a pretty chill, just chatting day. And because it's New Year's Eve, I am making the terrible mistake before I go out to hang out with the friends by watching food videos. And I'm going to become their problem later tonight when I'm constantly hungry and I want all the food in the world. I can't believe they delivered that in a reusable bag and this whole thing was like $7. Yes, had a good time chit-chatting? Hell yeah. Pleasant. Yeah, an Americano's not all that great. Oh yeah, there's the friend. Shaking in the corner. Shaking vigorously in the corner. Insulated reusable bag. No. It was $7 for the food. The food came in a reusable bag. This is the whole chicken, by the way. There's a whole spring chicken in there. It's $7. $7 for that whole chicken. And a drink. Sweet fucking Jesus. Oh, put it in my mouth. That thing just came apart so easily and was so juicy. KFC is different in other countries, man. Why are fast food places, American fast food chains, so much better in other countries? Is it just because they try to get away with all their, like, fucking shortcomings in America? Order again if I had it in my country? Damn. All right, time to order something else. Another section dedicated to drinks and desserts. Ooh. I saw pie. We're in China, time to order some good old bubble tea. Okay, too bad I can't read those letters. 25 to 30 minutes. Okay. American companies prioritize efficiency. Yeah, efficiency. Efficiency. Cutting corners. Reducing actually edible and nutritious foods. Blah, 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 blah. Oh. Okay, so that's all those restaurants are in like the mall section, it seems. Okay. Also, that's a kind of a cool building too. What is that on the roof? And there goes the drone. Nyom. Drone delivery service is wild, is it? I think it's really neat. Also, hi, 8-Bit. I'm a friend, so we don't have that? Yeah. We're just going for fuck the customer. We don't want to spend anything. Correct. We want you to keep giving us your money, raise our prices, blah, blah, blah-biddy-blah, because you're still paying for it. Fantastic. It's fantastic. It's totally fantastic. Totally. Can you tell I'm upset? Also, Fairbanks, quick question. This arcade bar we're going to, do I need cash? Do I need to bring cash? I probably need to bring cash, right? Right? I've got like 50 bucks in cash right now. Do I need more? Get to the point where they might be the norm. I mean, drone delivery is pretty neat. There's ways to make it like ethical and sustainable. Like that in and of itself is fine. It's cool. It means that there's no more people doing like these demeaning jobs. You'll need cash because you're hungry now? Yeah. Couldn't hurt? Okay, I'll she. I've already got $50 in cash on me, so that's fine. That's fine. We'll see what happens. We'll see what we end up spending things on. Roasted brown sugar. Ooh. More reusable bags. Jesus. So they just send everything in a reusable bag. Also, that one's so cute. That one's so cute. That's such a cute little bag. A single drink bag? Wait, that's precious. Hi, Scribbler. I'm kind of I'm the kind of who thinks ChatGPT when it answers my question asks them to have a good day. I don't use ChatGPT for fucking anything. I don't use ChatGPT for shit. I've never once pitched anything to ChatGPT. And I yell at Din all the time, one of the people I play Lancer with, because he will do goofy shit and like go to ChatGPT to make him a fake, oh wow, the landing pad, You can see how the drone sees the landing pad up there with all the different scans, so it knows how to position itself. Google sucks. Ask the AI overlords. Google's better than using AI because they'll half the time you can talk to an AI long enough that you can influence their answers. God, I want that. I just use character AI. I want to go back to the old version. Huh? Nah, I just Google shit if I need to know something. How to make an AI bug? Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Okay. God, the doorbell! The generic doorbell gets me every time, and I was like, hello? Hello? Oh, I missed it. What did he order this time? Sorry, I had to go check Discord real quick. Oh, no reusable bag. So signature pickled vegetable noodle meal. Okay. Obvious in hindsight. Yeah, the red and green lights. Yep. Because it'll probably also, I think it said it flies 24/7. So if somebody decided to like come to one of the order locations, then they can just order at any time. And so the drone does need to be able to be noticeable, and it can be tell where it's going and how high it is. You don't reuse those bags? I used to. What is that? That looks awesome. I don't know what that is, but it looks delicious. It's chicken feet. I've never had chicken feet. It just looked too good, and I'm not backing down after saying it looks good. Mama ain't raised no bitch. I'm devoted now. A fun, crunchy, chewy texture along with sharp, tasty flavor. Ooh. It looks fried. I think it's more braised. Nah, it looks braised. And it looks like, I think it's, I can't tell for sure. It may actually already be deboned. Maybe not. Maybe he's just spitting the bones out somewhere else. It kind of looks like big worms, but tasty. Good boy, they eat his whole plate. Yeah. It's a pretty, it looks like a pretty simple dish. Oh, pork ball. Oh, they were all on the bottom. That's ham? You sure? Lettuce. Lettuce. I wonder if birds will learn to attack the drones to grab the food bags. Maybe, but the drones are also really loud, and that usually scares off most birds. No bird, with how loud drones are and how fast they're typically moving, birds likely wouldn't figure out to do that. Okay, I think he just ordered some kind of drink in a glass bottle. What organ does the pork ball come from? It's a mash of pork meats. Trust me, it's a mash of pork meats. Oh. Nyum. Wow, people are using this pretty frequently. I wonder how many of these stalls there are. How many drones do you think they have just flying about? Pea shooters to defend the drones? Pea shooters! Oh no. Let us begin. Shall we? Oh, yeah, well, yeah, ordain. I'm gonna ask the AI Force to know you ain't bullshitting. I mean, this isn't AI. The use of the word AI has been way overblown. Oh. Wait, what is that? Oh, is it his other order? Ah, that's why 3 of them came down, I'm guessing. When he said one person delivered one, so he had 2 boxes. But I like this. This is actually really cool. I was gonna say, it's also technically, I think it would be... what's the word? maybe a bit more ecological than having somebody that's driving around delivering food. I think it definitely is. Just between emissions. But hook my cat up, I'm sorry. Wait, that's actually a really cool bottle. That's a really cool bottle. I'd keep that bottle and turn it into something else. I'm making a potion. Another bit regarding the bird thing. The drone looks are octocopters. I can't tell against, but things can get as heavy as a human. Oh, yep, they are octocopters. You are correct. They did have 8 propellers. Wait. It came with the birthday kit? Wait, that's amazing. Hi, Bance. It's birthday cake, I think. Oh, the happy... He's got his birthday crown. Let's go. A tiramisu cake. I thought it looked more like a cheesecake. Sweet Jesus. Chat. Oh! You fucked it. Ruined! Ruined! Yeah, that looks more like a cheesecake. Very interesting little forks. Fragile items like this cake, which is falling apart in my hands. But listen, how amazing. You failure. Oh no, the cut's not even. It's fine. It's fine. The cuts are fine, but there's not nearly enough ladyfingers in there. The ladyfingers look like they're only on the bottom. Oh no, you're right. It is only 6. I could have sworn I counted 8 earlier. No, it's only 6 blades. That's a cheesecake? That's what I thought. It looked more like a tiramisu cheesecake than like a full tiramisu. Boom. He's just a little guy. He's on a mission, okay? You can add your ladyfinger. Shut up. Okay, we have about 3.5 minutes. Hi, Redface. Boo! But Team Central Park would be in the news for weeks. Oh God. It would take, hold on. It would take 20 minutes, 20 fucking minutes for somebody to catch a drone landing in that machine and somebody not walking up to pick it up immediately for somebody to break into that machine. I promise. I can almost guarantee it. There'll probably even be like homeless people or something would probably start stalking the drones to get a free meal. People would climb on top of the machines to snatch the drone and the item it has. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. In a city like New York, people are gonna fucking ruin it. And it fucking sucks. It sucks so bad. Yeah, shot down, nicked with... Although New York City actually has really strict gun laws. Yeah, you'd have to fucking fight for that, even if you're the one that paid for it. Like, people would stand on top of those booths to try and snatch the drone before it made it to the landing spot. I guarantee it would suck. I'd be so pissed. Did I ever tell y'all about the time I ordered delivery back when, like, kind of COVID was, like, winding down a little bit when I was in college? Actually, this was just before it wound up. Never mind. And it was, I had ordered food on, I don't remember what app it was. It was probably Grubhub or something. And I got distracted and I forgot that I had ordered something for a little bit. And then after a while, I was like, huh, it still hasn't gotten here. I wonder where it is. And I checked the tracking. Oh God, do we want to see the Singapore Smart Supermarket? Well, I want to do that one again. We'll look at that in a second. I checked the, that's it. I'm getting the mallet. Good. But I checked the tracking and the lady who was supposed to pick up my food and deliver it was sitting in a parking lot. And she'd apparently been sitting in that parking lot for 40 minutes. And when I like tried to message her to ask her like where she was and where my food was, she canceled the order and disappeared. And when I contacted the customer service person told me that they can only assume that she picked up my food and ate it herself because it was her first pickup. It was her first ever pickup, so she took to delivering food so that she could get food for free. And more than likely, when I messaged her, she was sitting in the parking lot eating my food. Yeah, she wasn't snacking. She was downright devouring it. Like, I've heard horror stories of some people being like, they ordered pizza and when their pizza got there, like a slice was missing. No, she was fully planning on keeping and eating all of my food and probably thought she had already canceled the order. But yeah, apparently that's a thing. We only have about 12 seconds till the ad break, guys, though. So we are going to take a brief break. I'm going to give y'all the iPad. Oh, okay, there we go. I'm about to say, is it not loading? And we will be back, and I want to check out the Singapore market again. But yeah, I want to check out the Singapore market again because I think it's really cool, and I think we watched it like a long time ago. You got to get those subs, guys. You got to get those subs. This is also probably going to be the last day if you want to take money from Valorant. That's a heads up, guys. If you want to take money from Valorant, you can throw some over and try to gamble your way. Is there anything I could promise if we hit a certain goal? Maybe if we hit like 250, I'll do something. What should I do? I had an idea yesterday and now I can't remember what it is at all. Do we want new emotes? I have some emotes I can throw around. Izzy wanted me to add the emote that she made for me the other day. Steal from Valorant, provide for the carnival. Gambler. Yeah, Gambler. I had my food stolen by a driver a couple times. At least you get credited in most cases. Yeah, I did get the money back, but you also lose the fees. They never reimburse you for the fees. They only reimburse you for the food cost. All right. I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Stay out of trouble. Don't burn anything down. And I'll see if I can remember what I think it was. I don't think it was emotes that I was going to promise, but there was something I was going to try to dangle at 250, but now I can't remember what it is. Oh, well. Okay. Nothing's on fire. Nothing's burned down. All right. We can go ahead and tuck this away because there's only a few seconds left. That is totally fine. Totally fine. All right. But, does anybody else remember this video? Out of curiosity, how many people remember this video? What? Only one ad? Twitch be slipping? Twitch do be slipping if you only got one ad. What? Wait, did you get one long ad or did you get like one 15-second or 30-second ad? Wait, we could start fire? Y'all usually do. Y'all usually do. I was gonna say, I don't doubt that if most of y'all had forgotten this one, but I do remember vaguely watching this one. But this was a really... one 15-second ad. Really? Fire's on the way. Fire's being delivered by drone. Wait, that sounds worse. Wait a second. Wait a second. But this is actually a really cool video. I remember watching this last time. Yeah, it's like a smart... they call it a smart supermarket. But it really just looks like an overly fancy market with like a little bit of tech here and there, you know. Oh, gross. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Light. I wish there was a way that Twitch would give people the opportunity to be like, yeah, I don't want these ads on my channel, but that's a too fucking bad kind of situation. Yeah, I'd like to never see Mr. Beast being advertised on my channel. So help me God. But yeah, guys, don't forget, we have the Gambit time is still open. We're only up to, yeah, 5 out of the weekly passes. 5 out of 1250. We can burn everything. Why are you shaking your head like that, furry? Show B pass. Chat, do you have your B pass? Did you bring your B pass? The A pass isn't gonna work here. Only B pass. Does this little B character remind anybody of who remembers when Walmart's mascot was just like a yellow smiley face? Yes, Ginger, what can I do for you? How dare you? How dare you? Fairbanks, tell them I'm ugly. You've met me in person, and you're gonna see me later. Fairbanks, you're still here. Tell them I'm actually hideous. I'm disgusting. Tell them the truth. Tell them the truth, Fairbanks. I don't know Fairbanks. I think Fairbanks is still here, but I did see Fairbanks open the Bridger earlier. Exclusive to Habitat. Also, I don't see the chips that I like ordered here just yet. There was chips that I got. They're like Korean chips that were supposed to be like some kind of specialty fried chicken flavor, and they were so goddamn good. Oh, I was obsessed. When greeters gave out stickers, ooh, greeters should not be a position. That shit's demeaning as fuck. Is that bread? Or no, that's a snack food. Is that the sauce? I think that's only the sauce. That's really interesting. Tahini spread, sesame spread. Ooh. Milk-made shakes and bakes. Huh. Also, remember guys, Shake Shack tried to build a, Shake Shack built a location on stolen Palestinian land. Just gonna put that there. That happened recently, very recently, on very recently settled land, and they didn't see anything wrong with it. And then people started yelling at them, and they were like, "We didn't do nothing wrong." It's like, "Yes, the fuck you did. Yes, the fuck you did." Nice. Candy corn. Candy corn M&Ms. Yeah, Mr. Not-So. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you like Shake Shack. But you probably shouldn't. You probably shouldn't. Oh, right. I remember these sodas, too. The zombie brains, slime juice, worm juice, worm ooze. Fun bar. Jesus. It's kiwi pineapple. They're like actually good flavors. I see them in the corner. Strawberry something? Blueberry and something? Feeps. Oh my god, Feeps. Chat Feeps. Point. I can't point. Point. Feeps. Feeps. Look, chat Feeps. Unicorn. The Shake Shack did not know that Shake Shack was a thing. It was more of an sold land part. Yeah, it's a chain. It's I'm pretty sure an American-born chain. There's only one that I know of, and it's more than an hour away from me. But I've definitely never been to Shake Shack since they've done like their rebranding shit. Whenever they went from like, I think they went from like trying to be like a diner place to being, no, I'm thinking of Steak and Shake. Never mind, I'm thinking of Steak and Shake. In the diner theme. But I don't remember what Shake Shack looked like before, but now they have this weird like minimalist burger logo. Awesome, I'm sorry, I think I may have missed that self-care, but thank you. $3 per piece for massive Pacific oysters? Wait, that's not bad. Wait, that's pretty decent actually. She got 3 different kinds of oysters. Oh, she's scanning it because I guess they have to pay through the app. Crab. King crab. Oysters. Yeah, oysters. Do you not like oysters? Oysters are delicious. They go down super easy to make you feel full. They're even better in some chowder. They're so good in chowder, guys. You don't understand. New England chowder is the best chowder in the world. That's a very small lobster. Yeah, those are some really small lobsters. Is that a Novelicaris? Turns the camera. Oh, it's just crap. He's pissed. He's pissed! Look at him. Look at him. He's trying to fight. He's trying to fight. Put 3 feisty boys in 1 styrofoam box. Don't know how well that's gonna work. Okay, yeah, they have lobsters of varying sizes. There was a pretty big one, and then there was a bunch of small ones.
Having yeah. 2, 1? Can I have 2? 2. Yes. Okay.
Epia? Epia. What is Epia? Oh, okay, gotcha. 2 lobsters. 2 whole lobsters. And then you take it over to another one to get it cooked. Isn't that fantastic? Oh god, the guy standing in front of the cutting board looks like somebody I used to know. Looks like somebody that I went to school with. Almost exactly. Down to the hairstyle. Do they just... I guess they just cook ones they already have and just kind of do like this rotating thing, and they don't like actually like keep track. Hi Dip, how are you doing? Somebody that I used to know. Shut up. Whoa, shut up.
Okay. Can I have your QR code?
B-Pass. Wait, do those guns actually scan QR codes? I thought you needed a different kind of scan thing. Airflown live from Boston, USA. Okay. Hold on. Want our chefs to whip up something special with your Boston lobster at $8. It is $10. It's $9.99 Singaporean dollars to get a lobster cooked. A lobster that is flown from Boston. It's cheaper to get a lobster that is flown to Singapore and get it cooked and eaten than it is to buy a lobster in Boston. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it here. Because even that's 2 lobsters for 20 Singaporean dollars, usually cut down about by a quarter. So that's about $15, 15 USD. That's 20, what was that? 20 Singaporean dollars, about 15 USD. And then to get it cooked, get them both cooked, still comes out to less than $40, 40 USD. Which if you go to a restaurant, they're gonna tell you that market price to getting like probably the lobsters is gonna be like $45. that plastic? I can't tell. Silverware plastic? That's what I meant. Yeah, I think it is. It's chrome plastic. Now I'm fishing for my lobster? Hell yeah. $13. $13 for a lobster. When, like, if you go to New England, even just a single fucking lobster roll is $16 for just the sandwich. I'm not even joking. I lived up in Maine for 2 years, and I never ate a lobster while I was there because that shit was too expensive.
Okay, so I go to B-Pass.
That shit is ridiculously expensive. Nonsensically so. The thing too, when I worked at the mussel farm, the U.S. prices are fucking stupid. The mussel farm that I worked at, we would sell our mussels for the same price to everyone. Sometimes people would pay premium to get like first picks if they wanted to like come pick it up the day of they were finished processing. But the people who ordered it would go anywhere from like restaurants to local markets, seafood markets and stuff that would resell them. Sometimes they go directly to restaurants, and of course that's easier. They would just pay the full price and they'd sell it usually at market price. But there was a market that I would walk past to work every day because it was along the same path between the parking lot we had to park and where our facility was. And it was a fancy little grocery. In the windows, you could literally see like tins of caviar and stuff, and they'd sell like other snazzy seafoods. They would sell our oysters at a 300% markup from what we sold it to them as. It was ridiculous. America looks like hell. America will be hell. America is hell. I don't have to wait to die to see what hell looks like. I get to sit here and watch people make the dumbest decisions the entirety of my life. Holy shit. Wait, those look phenomenal. Listen, I'm not one for steaks, but these look really good. A little bit of a side salad. Looks tender as shit. Keep the capitalists, live for your own enjoyment. Fairbanks! Fairbanks, where are you? Fairbanks also didn't come over here and tell y'all that I am in fact ugly as sin. 3, thank you, Boyd. How are you doing? Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Chip's chip in the mouth? What kind of chip? This is important. What kind of chip? Like, you saying that'd be $60 steak for me minimum? Probably. Aw, the clouds. The cloud tiles. Poofy. Aw. Ooh, what is this? Oh, okay. So there's a bunch of different restaurants inside the whole market. Poofy pancakes.
Later.
Poofy pancakes. I've never had any pancakes like that either. Coming from Bronco. Ooh. I know what that's like. I'm sorry you had to get that, Void. Are you alright? Did you get some like antibiotics and stuff? Are you still taking the antibiotics? You are, right? You're taking care of yourself, right? You're in bed, right? You have the humidifier on, right? Sour cream and cheddar? 1939ers are cannibalizing themselves on President Elmo? Wait, what? What? Would you prefer pancakes or waffles? Pancakes. Pancakes over waffles. I like the soft fluffiness of pancakes over the kind of crispity crunchity of waffles. I'll take pancakes over waffles any day. There are some novelty though. I do like savory waffles with like fried chicken. Like chicken and waffles basically. I've had some really good chicken and waffle sandwiches. Huh. I wonder, are those making contact with the top of those pancakes? Oh, we didn't even get to see him take it off the top. Damn it! And then I'm guessing that's syrup in this little cup. It's not a lot of syrup. But that's fine. Good pancakes don't need syrup. Where's Chat's pancakes? Making bacon pancakes. Take some bacon, put it in a pancake. But yeah, I've never had fluffy pancakes or anything like this. I need your input. I need your input. I need to know where we're gonna go because I'm probably gonna be stupid, and if we go eat somewhere and there's other places nearby that are cool, then I'm still really gonna want to fucking oh, what is it? I'm still really gonna want to get like leftovers because I'm not one to miss out an opportunity to have delicious food, and I'll probably want some food at the end of the night too. I like the thick duck waffles because then they have little bowls over the top to slather maple syrup onto along with ice cream. Ooh. Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, I'm not usually one for whipped cream, but even then it feels like this kind of cream kind of adds to the experience, so I don't think I'd complain. I don't think I'd complain on this one. Plus this one looks like it has a different texture than like Cool Whip or regular whipped cream. Cup noodles. Oh, are we gonna find out that they have like a noodle preparing area? Is that what we're gonna find out? Is that what they're gonna have? Oh. No! Don't get the shitty candy! No! Don't get the $2 bag of shitty candy! No! You don't understand! Aaron going to explode, maybe. Is only proper whipped cream, like usually whipped cream or some aerosol milk substitute? Ah. Hello. Oh right, I remembered this.
Put it there.
This part was really interesting. I've never seen anything like this before. Oh. Proper whipped cream? Yeah, like whipped in a bowl is what it looked like. Cream whipped in a bowl, you know. The real thing. Oh.
People who are at home and order online, our pickers, our bees will actually go around, pick the item, put inside the colorful bag.
Oh, this is kind of the grocery store that you go to if you have time to blow. This is the place you go to if you got time to blow.
It's a warehouse, and then it will be packed.
Give me your knives. Never, Dave. You'll never take them.
And then hand it
You'll
over to
never
our
get them.
deliverers. Then you get it at your doorstep.
You'll never get another knife out of me as long as I live. Oh my god, I didn't even realize they had like one of those trolley systems on the ceiling. Anytime I see one of these, I just think of the video of like that kid just going fully limp. And just going completely limp on one of these things. He looks like he's dead. I think the ones I've seen are somebody's like, I can't take my brother anywhere. And looks like you I already found one? Yeah, but it's not mine. What? This knife? My knife? This extremely sharp-edged implement that I like to use? This tough-bladed iron steel, no, iron or steel utensil? Nah. Nah. This? I will be... Is that a shotgun? Also, was that a hydroponic system? Do they have a hydroponic system in the wall? Or is it fake? I feel like it's fake. They're alphabetized. Okay. Do you think there's more than 26 of these in there? Or do you think there's only 26 since it looks like they're using the English alphabet? Okay, yeah, that's a mirror in the back that made it look like it was longer. Yeah, there's only 26 in here. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, this is cool! Powered by Roombas? Pretty much. Pretty much. They use warehouse robots. Honest bee. I wonder, is this an actual regular, Oh. I was gonna say, is this an actual like grocery store chain, or is this a company that has made this entire grocery store for the sole purpose of showing off their technology? I wonder. Also, I didn't realize that each one doesn't have a robot attached to it. There's actually just a few robots, and they go and pick up the whole fucking shelf, which is really cool. Probably a chain, do you think so? I don't know. This looks like a Studio Ghibli scene. Wait, really? Wait, what Studio Ghibli does it look like? I was gonna say, I don't think I've known Studio Ghibli to appear to be like extremely... Yeah, Habitat by Honest Bee, because the fact that it's by Honest Bee makes me think it's more of a tech demo place. To like convince other people to make grocery stores like this. Yo, on sale, on sale. Not me on. Alright, so the rest of these... Oh, no, he doesn't even eat them. They probably did that in a separate video. It works for me. It works for me. Alright. Chat, we have options. We have street food. Or we have the super relaxing travel stuff that we used to watch, that we haven't watched in like a few months, apparently. Because the last one we watched that they released was 3 months ago. Looks like the opposite of Studio Ghibli aesthetic. It's probably actually only been like a month or two, and we probably watched older ones. They aren't into tech stuff. Ghibli films at most end in diesel punk. That's what I figured. That's why like I didn't think it looked like a Ghibli film. But let me see real quick. Honest Bee. Honest Bee. Okay. Online grocery and food delivery service at its core business, a concierge service, and also a parcel delivery service for its B2B clients, which is business to business. Company provides personal shoppers that pick products for its clients. Okay. Okay. Hong Kong, Singapore, Taipei, Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok, Manila, Tokyo. Okay. A major city kind of... Wait. They have less than a... Oh, duh. Hold on. Go back. Go here. Scroll down. Honey. Oh, okay. There's Honest Bee skincare. But yeah, that's not the same thing. That is not the same thing. Because the wiki said it had a website, but the website... I clicked the wrong thing again. But the website here was Honey Beef. Beef! And it apparently doesn't exist. Interesting. But that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. All right. We're going to do the relaxing thing. We're going to do the vacation thing because we haven't seen one of these in quite a bit. Oh, okay, captions are on. God damn it, stop making slabs of meat! Make better food! Steampunk is on the way to Diesel Punk, which comes after? No, that is not the case. That is not the case. If you wanted to go with like how history actually developed, sure. But when it comes to like the punk aesthetics, the various types of like futuristic punk styles, they don't turn into the other. They may overlap in a bunch of different ways, but steampunk doesn't turn into diesel punk. Those are two different kinds of technological punk genres. Do I need to go? Hold on. I'm going to get the thing. We're only going to talk about the one right here. This one. We're only here for the one good fucking futuristic punk aesthetic that we all need in our lives. Fucking solar punk. Welcome to the party. If nobody has seen this commercial, then I have greatly deprived you. I'm talking about tech development. Yes, kind of. I pulled out the thing! The thing is here! It's so comfy and cozy. What's funny too, does anybody who knows, real quick, I wonder if there's anybody in chat who doesn't know what this commercial is from. Just really quick. Is there anybody? Nobody say who it is. Nobody say who it is. But I want to know if somebody doesn't know who this commercial was made for. Who this commercial was made for. Anyone? Anyone that doesn't know? Because we will go watch the company one that has like a voiceover and everything. Obviously a Kmart commercial. Yes, Kmart finally making it into the future. Correct. Correct, Furry. No. Listen, this is not what they're scared. This is what the politicians are scared of. This is what Republicans want. But they don't fully, of course there's skews to it. But this at its core, Vonder, I just said not to say the company. But you were correct. It is Chobani. I was going to see if there was anybody that actually didn't know that this was a Chobani commercial, which is why I was trying to avoid somebody saying the name. But yeah, no, this is what, like, Republican voters, this is technically what they want. At its core, they want tighter communities. They want to be able to have their own land, their own property, be able to provide for themselves and all that. What the fuck is Chobani? Okay. Yeah, we're doing it now. Here's the thing. Here's the original commercial. The other one was decommodified, removing all of the branding and the voiceover.
Dear Alice, this place
Chobani's the yogurt company. A very good yogurt company, actually.
But nothing worth doing is easy.
No, you're fine, Pander. I'm not that upset. That's what I was trying to say. I was like, if you know what it is, don't say it.
It will feed you forever.
But it's fine.
You're a smart one. I know you'll be
They make Greek
okay.
yogurt. They make all sorts of like milk substitutes and stuff. That's what you see here. Coffee creamer, Greek yogurt,
is only
plain
as good
oat
as
milk.
its people. So treat them well. Our job is to plant
But
seeds
like,
so our grandkids get to enjoy the fruit.
Thus far in my entire life is the best depiction of solar punk. And it's fantastic.
Eat well, Alice. And keep planting those seeds.
Yeah, I think it's an American brand. Or at least
Because
a North
how
American
we
brand.
eat
I
today
don't know how far they stretch out.
feeds tomorrow.
But yeah, they hired a whole animation studio to make this. And this is just from the original Animation Studios YouTube page, The Line. Very good. Very, very good. I love that commercial because it's such a good depiction of solar punk. And unfortunately, nearly every other... Hold on. I'm wrong. I was about to say I said nearly every other, but no, even solar punk does this. The punk genres are entirely a pushback against what life has become as we know it now, or what we wanted to avoid in the case of crushing capitalism, crushing government, all that jazz. Solar punk is the softest, but possibly the best version of this, where the individual becomes self-reliant, or a community becomes self-reliant and doesn't have to give in to the government or give in to corporations because they can provide for themselves. And it's to my brain, it's probably the most subtle of punk genres, where you'd be like, wait, no, this is just like cutesy, happy cottagecore stuff. No. Unfortunately, no. It is punk in the case that it never engages with corporate capitalism, all that jazz. I love it though. If y'all haven't seen any of what was it? It's been a long time. It's been, I think, over 6 months. Carrie could probably attest to that, since I've had a rant on like punk genres and stuff. Actually, aspirational as opposed to cautionary. Correct. It's one of those ones that you're like, I want this. This is what we can achieve. This is what we can do. Yep. Solar punk is what happens when humans are respected. Usually it's not. That's the thing though, is what makes it solar punk is typically some sort of overarching capitalistic intent. So let's go back to this really quick. I want the sky view.
feed you.
Oh. So like you still have these mega cities, but they're green. They're green, they're more widespread, so they're available. But then there's all this farmland that people are using, which is like a big part of it. But I can guarantee you, while technically this is nice and this is good, there's corporations still that exist and they will find some way to exploit you. Companies always do that. That is almost their entire purpose, is to exploit the workers that they have. And people will get selfish. Shitty people will rise to the top and they will try to do shitty things, which is usually the point where like Solarpunk will have its conflict, is that like a corporation decides to step out of line with like the status quo that has been established as good. In this case, green, self-reliance, all that jazz. It'll probably be something like a corporation gets a new CEO and the CEO wants to buy like family property or something. Good people will make cities, bad people make you pay taxes. Correct. Taxes can be good. Taxes can be good. Having a community that puts money towards the improvement of the community is good. Taxes, and where taxes have gotten skewed. They are going to the wrong things at the wrong amounts, and it's fucking insane. Burning trees is cheaper energy. I mean, that's the thing. Usually in Solarpunk, it very much focuses around alternative energies, which is why, like, you see this is hydroelectric energy, a very basic form, but it's a wooden paddle that turns a turbine that's generating energy, and it like depicts this. This one animation does a crazy good job at just depicting what could be or doing world building without fully intending it to. So many people probably watched this minute and 20-second animation and didn't like take it all in. Is the only aspirational? Yes, exactly, Phil. There's exaggerations on modern issues to make a point / speak to a message. No, Solarpunk does the same thing. It is aspirational. It's just one of those ones that you'd be like, the bad isn't so overarching. This is the good ending. If you want to think about what the future can hold, this is the good ending. Yeah, the oldest way to make energy. And then like solar is here. And it's perfectly wound in with the environments. There's cows grazing among the solar panels. And you could already tell that the solar panels are old. They're maintained. They've been here a while because they have vines growing up them. They make things appear aged. This house looks beautifully lived in. Every product of this land is on full display in this kitchen, hanging for some sort of use. God. And then let me see real quick. Although I think it's always funny, this bowl in the back, its lid is hovering off of it for some reason. I always thought that was funny. Like, you also have wind turbines, collapsible wind turbines, so they don't just occupy the sky space at all times. This is feasible. This is feasible in proper locations. But there was something else I wanted to point out. Older people still working in the fields, tractors, hay, glass barns, essentially. But there was like, you can tell these houses are old, that they're lived in, that like there's an experience around them. They have moss, grass, stuff's growing up and over everything as if it's been here a long time, as if they've got to live this whole life without it just being like, as if it was plopped down on day one. They put effort into this. This tech I actually think is fucking cool. The rain machine. The localized rain machine.
You're smart.
This shit's fantastic. Let me see real quick. There is enough renewable clean energy available to humanity right now to cover our entire globe. Correct. Yep, exactly. You are correct, Daedric. You are absolutely correct. You also cannot forget the, we found clean energy decades ago. No, do not, I wish radio was here because radio would do a better job of this. Nuclear energy is clean energy. I'd hate to tell y'all that. It is. We have both fusion and fission. We've moved past fission at this point. We can make fusion reactors that have the utmost safety, the littlest of concern, and would generate more than enough power for the human race. But so many places have given in to the propaganda and the incidents that happened from these improper safeties of early models and early editions that it's fucking insane. It bothers me so much when I hear people that are like, they want to build a nuclear reactor that will power our city. And I'm like, oh, that's so awesome. And they give me like looks of disgust. And I'm like, what's wrong? It's like, it's nuclear. Yeah. Yeah. And? Yeah, I think it's thorium salt reactors. Yeah, thorium salt reactors, if I remember correctly, are the current top and maybe best form of nuclear reactors that we would have. Dirty remains of other reactors, also correct. Which is the thing is people always like, but what about the waste? Like, waste? What waste? if in a perfect, proper functioning cycle, there would be no waste from a proper functioning modern nuclear reactor. It would be dangerous for the environment? No. Natural occurring uranium really isn't. It's more of, hi 3P, it's more of the mining process itself. And that's usually because it's unregulated. A lot of mining pollution and stuff happens when companies are unfettered to do as they need, which is why, like, let me see if I can find a picture of river. I'm trying to find one of the orange rivers I've seen before. Yeah, pretty much like this is usually from like copper or iron mining that basically turns rivers into this and chokes out much of the wildlife and everything. This is easily avoidable, but companies just say fuck it. Let me see. No, I want zombie wells. So this is the thing here in Texas, and I'm sure it is in a lot of other states. There are these things called zombie wells. These are essentially oil wells that have been just left. The companies claim to have plugged them. The companies claim to have done all these other stuff, but they don't. They claim they plugged them, and then they leave, and they have no responsibility to them. And this is what happens. Here's another one. I believe this isn't technically a well. It was supposed to be a well. This is actually in Texas. I don't remember the name of the lake. I've actually learned about this very recently. They were mining for oil down in South Texas. Actually, I think this is in West Texas. And what they ended up doing is they didn't find oil on these lands of these property owners. So what they did instead is they left it, sold it back to the property owners, and didn't really plug it. And instead, what came flooding out because of the water table is highly salinated water. If you see that lake in the back, that is a salt lake. There are salt lakes in the middle of Texas because of the high salination water that came up from the water table and just comes bubbling up, which you can actually see in this picture. In like that center of that like little middle thing, that's the water forcing its way up. But yeah. It's unregulation and fucking fossil fuel industries' complete negligence that prevents things like clean energy from taking off. It's also like, I wish I was joking. There's people in my family. There's a show that's been going around called, I think it's called Landman, something like that. Let me see real quick. Yeah, this is it. And there's a speech I've seen from this show that people have been sending it around because I've seen it on my own TikTok and I've had a family member send it to me. And this main character guy has a spiel at some point where you can see where this is going, where he literally says that oil and coal is cleaner than air? Because he's giving like the speech, if I remember correctly, like in front of a like air turbine. Yeah, it's the oil propaganda show. And he makes claims that like you would never make your money back. It's only going to cost you more money. It's already outdated, like all this other nonsense. And every single statement in that speech is false. It is demonstrably wrong. Yeah, Ordain. He makes the argument that having turbines is worse than having oil on your land. I'm not going to pull up the speech because I just hate it. But it's nightmare fuel. Work on making a better world that you want to live in. And if you can't make it in your country, it's time to move. The world is your oyster. It can be expensive, but the possibility is there. Anyway, time for Japan shenanigans. For my expression for that? Oh yeah, listen, hold on. I think I may have an emote for you. Let me see. It's yeah, this one. It's this one. It's that face. Just the oh my goodness. I know turbine uses oil to make. Well, that's the thing is you can easily get away from that, from electrical engines to just various biodiesel is another option that's currently up and coming to the point where Chevron is researching biodiesel. Think of it as tubbed, Phil. Holy shit. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find biodiesel lab images. No, I want the... So I know Chevron's currently working on, okay, this is kind of close to the picture. They're basically working on a type of biodiesel that is produced using cyanobacteria. If I remember correctly, I believe it's ocean cyanobacteria, which would essentially be a green alternative. I'm pretty sure this is AI. That doesn't look right. Okay, these are just algae pictures now. I've lost the plot. When I click through a couple pictures. But no, I've seen one of the interviews that Chevron did on producing biodiesel in one of their labs. Energy distribution is annoying as fuck. Also true. We have the need for oil and some for another just for lubrication, but we can source alternatives and also develop new forms. So we have synthetics for all sorts. There's in synthetic oil already, for fuck's sake. There's synthetic oil already. Provide a lot of energy. Getting energy to people is the kicker, and this is a whole ass can of worms I don't know if you want to get into. In terms of delivering energy to people, that's just governments doing their fucking jobs. People should have food, water, and a roof, and internet at this point. We are in a modern era where internet is argued to be another form of basic human right. I'd agree. To be connected to your fellow man is, I think, a basic right. That's also some people eat meat eating in a protest that a man explains when a farmer needs to make vegan food. What? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know too much about it other than that one speech, because that speech was how I found out about that show. And then I know my family watches it in the living room. The only argument against nuclear energy we have is with Chernobyl, which is the result of Soviets ignoring all security measures, rushing everything, which caused reactor 4 security measures fail, then build up pressure and explode. Yeah, it was also the fact that they were running tests that they were doing like a specific test that only the day crew knew, and they didn't finish it before the day crew's shift was over, and the night crew showed up, and the night crew had no idea what the fuck was happening. 100% a human right that needs to be written down because you cannot function in a current society without. Yep. But every person deserves power, and it's just one of those things where it's like, instead governments want to go to war and spend money on armies rather than just being like, I'm satisfied with what I have. Why don't we talk about things that I do need? Why don't we just trade amongst each other so that we can all live in a happy world? No, we have to have fucking people be dragons and have their own little hordes and have to earn larger and larger hordes, blah, 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 bitty fucking blah. But an RBMK could never explode, said with sarcasm. RBMK? RBMK? What is that? I don't know that acronym off the top of my head. Whole ass market where we watch state governments buying and selling energy from one another, and even then shit like weather fuck things up really bad. I'd get, oh no, that's also another thing is, yeah. That's, what's the best example? We need to return to monkey and start beating the resource hoarders? Correct. I agree. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, I got you on that. But, again, those were also, in comparison, very much earlier models of nuclear reactors. As opposed to, do we want to talk about Russia's nuclear generators? Let's see here. USSR nuclear generator. Beta M's. Radioisotope. Yeah. You ever considered if your entire town would be powered by a single nuclear generator, except they delivered it in a wooden box that eroded over 2 months? Because this is what these fuckers look like. They're still out there. They still exist. Because they released, I think it was something like 2,000 of these across the Soviet wilderness. And like, this is a picture of them coming, yeah, 2,500 according to this article. The cabin on wheels, this one. A nuclear reactor finds you. Transportable nuclear power plant mounted on self-propelled tracked vehicles. Amazing. Amazing. I always think it's funny too. I wish I still had a picture because when I was flying, I think I was flying to California at the time. I took a picture of a nuclear plant from the sky and you could see the cooling towers. And it was a really cool picture. And then I lost that picture because my phone went in a river. Kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. But you need the infrastructure to support it. True. Even then now, we could make better versions of these if we wanted to make like isolated ways to power. But you would also need somebody to maintain this in each town. In like isolated areas if they wanted to make like small nuclear generators. I was just saying that's a bad thing. Those are bad. Nuclear tasty, of course. Alex, do you like to chew on uranium? Are you a fellow thorium chomper? Good idea in theory, but you need the infrastructure. Yep. I read that already. All right, let's get back to this. Let's do something cozy instead of bitching and complaining about what the future nightmares hold. Thorium. Oh goodness. Is Shirley dropping phone into the lake was government cover-up? No, it was my own fault. I went into the lake during the lifeguard training with my phone in my pocket. Yo, it's the only way to get the perfect pearly whites. And then they'll fall out in a couple weeks and then you get really cool implants. You get some really cool cosmetic implants too. There's no way of making anything to have 100% energy producing object with always something being lost. Oh, correct. I mean, that's just always the case. Well, convert it into something else. It's not 100%. Well, just hold on. This is another thing that bothers the ever-loving piss out of me. I don't know what you're supposed to call this argument, but it's when people are like, oh, this thing doesn't fix 100% of the problem, therefore we shouldn't do it. It'd be like, it's like, oh, if we got rid of all of our coal plants, our dams aren't going to be able to keep all our power going. All our hydroelectric dams can't give us all power. It's like, yeah, because there's other forms. We don't have the infrastructure for coal power either. Logical. It is the type of logical fallacy, I'm sure. I'm sure it has a name. I just hate it. I hate it so much because people apply it to so many things. Gun control to try and stop mass shootings. They were like, gun control isn't going to stop mass shootings. It's only going to make it worse. They'll always find a way to get a gun. Sure, but it'll do something. It'll do fucking something. Or just, oh my God, energy, whatever, the future. Oh my God, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. What is sunken cost fallacy? Sunken cost fallacy is the idea that you have put so much time and effort into a thing that you can't possibly change it. Or like, let me think. What's a good way? What's an easy example that isn't depressing? Fuck it, I'll do the depressing one. We've invested so much money into all these coal and oil power stations that we can't possibly get rid of them. There's so much money in them and they've been here so long. That's also kind of partially like the tradition fallacy where it's happened for so long. We can't change that. It's tradition. The fuck it is. The fuck it is. 90% efficiency is plenty perfect for me too. I mean, it'd be far more efficiency and far more power generated than any of the current plants that we're using. Any of the current resources that we're burning through. Not to mention, the insanity to me too is for people whenever, hold on, I need to adjust my phone really quick. There we go. When one party says school shootings are a part of life of doing nothing against it. Yeah. Give the kids cocaine, you realize that was bad. True. Oh, I forgot the thing I was going to say now. I'm sorry we're not making it to the seaside park here, but Jesus, we are ranting. Halfway into baking a cake, you learned you have no frosting. Instead of making something that needs no frosting, you decide to make frosting from scratch. No. Not quite. Not quite. You wouldn't make the frosting from scratch. You just wouldn't have frosting. In that case, you just wouldn't have frosting at all. You would go, you'd be halfway through baking a cake and you'd realize you have no frosting. So then you're just going to eat dry cake. Yeah. Oh, that happens all the time, Ordain. That happens all the time. We're feeling spicy today. But yeah, it's very close to something like that. But yeah, it'd be if you didn't. It'd be like you just gave up at that point. You'd be like, oh, there's a solution. I have the stuff I need to make. Oh, god damn it, Fury. God damn it. I have to wait for the parade to end because it's so loud. I'll just drink some water. Oh my god. Yeah, you found the exact definition. I could also have just pulled it up too. That's another thing. Sunken cost fallacy. Misspelled fallacy. But yeah, phenomena where a hereby person reluctant to abandon a strategy or course of action because they have invested heavily in it, even when it's clear that abandonment would be more beneficial. But guys, we've been using coal plants for so long. We can't get rid of them. If we get rid of them, then we'll have to make better choices. Nirvana fallacy. What? Nirvana fallacy. I haven't heard this one. Reason that occurs when someone compares an actual solution to an idealized, unrealistic alternative. Okay, hold on. I want to see some examples of this. Perfect is the enemy of good. Okay, yes, this is. Okay, I get it. Compared the actual thing with unrealistic, idealized standards, where they believe that the only solution that can fix the problem that they have has to completely fix the problem instead of just partially fixing the problem. That's actually interesting. I'm glad you showed this to me. I did not know it had a name. Yeah. Where they believe that the only solution can be perfect. The solution has to be perfect or it can never be started. We'll talk about nuclear power today. I'm not even close. I don't even know a smidgen of what Radia knows. So Radia is a much better alternative. So if you want to listen to her, she will gladly talk about nuclear stuff. Let me just... There you go. She usually streams semi-frequently, maybe as much as I do. Maybe, I don't remember what her schedules are like. She kind of streams spontaneously. She'll probably be live today, though. She'll probably be live at some point today or tomorrow, at least. And you could probably ask her any questions on nuclear if you wanted to. Oh, exactly, Malern. Exactly. The only perfect solution to any problem is pizza? No. Absolutely not. Tell that to companies that throw pizza parties. I'm gonna say that's her field of expertise. That is the shit that she knows. But we have about 2 minutes till the ad break. Do we want to go 2 minutes into this video, or do we want to yab for another 2 minutes, have the commercial break, and then do the video? What doesn't Radia know? Good question. Good question. As the person who works in addiction to homeless support worker, I fucking hate... Yes, correct. But guys, if we build houses, then there's just going to be more homeless. What? Huh? What do you mean? Or like, oh God, what's the one that people argue all the time? If America got free healthcare, they'd be like, people are going to abuse the system. What do you mean people are going to abuse the system? Like they're going shopping? Like they're just fucking going to the hospital because they want to? And not because there's a mild problem? Between Radia, Dora, Paul, Barrett, I'm pretty sure we have the entire accumulated knowledge of the universe. No, definitely not to that level. Probably a good, like, general understanding of most things. It's like that cat scene where it's like, I have approximate knowledge of most things. They already do, you cretins. Wait, which one? Wait, they already do? Oh, yeah. Oh, correct. That is true. And we'd be like, Europe, as if that's a bad thing. every system is exploited by someone. And in this case, it's the fucking insurance companies. Because to constantly have to pay out an insurance company only for them at some point when you actually need it to have the capacity or the ability to tell you no. I would wish I could see that person face to face and I would beat the fuck out of them. If I spent multiple years paying money monthly for insurance and then one day I'm like diagnosed with cancer and I have to get treatment and they say, that treatment isn't very feasible, so we're going to deny you and you're going to have to pay the dozens of thousands of dollars out of pocket. Oh, you also can't forget that we're the ones who forcibly inflated all the cost of medical necessities now so that we could scrape some off the top. Yeah, exactly, Ordain. It's fucking insanity. I hate it. I hate it. I've given up on it. I've given up on it. That's the point where I'm just like, all right, time to move. Time to go. We're done. We're going to start a better life somewhere else. Also, hi, Hectic. Also, we're about to have the ad break, guys. It's going to probably start any second. The timer just counted down for me. So we will do a words on stream. No health for you. Correct. I can't afford a doctor. I have some problems with me. I have some problems I need to get checked out. And they are deeply concerning because if it is potentially what I think it is, I may need some serious help. But that's besides the point. That is besides the point. So Europe is the way. Yep. Yep. But let me give y'all the iPad time. I'll give y'all the music and I need to run to the bathroom. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. What'd I miss? What'd y'all do? Anything on fire? Nothing's on fire? Nothing's ablaze? Nothing's been burned down to the ground? Okay. We'll do this last round and then we'll be good to go. Now, what did y'all say when I left? Sunstar. Sunstar, mild panic. Mild panic. Dang, I guess I stress out Sunstar on occasion. It happens. It happens. Okay. Win faster, chat. Win faster. Welcome back from the ad break, guys. Burn it all, leave nothing behind. Ordain, no! You can't do this to me, Ortega. You can't do this to me. How could you hurt me in this way? Also, I didn't get any ads. What? Do you have turbo? You have turbo? Do you have an ad blocker? That's kind of funny. That's actually really funny. Electro. So hold on. Did I just get a text? Oh, no, never mind. That was something else. Wait, slut was a word? Those usually aren't words. Those usually aren't words. That's funny. That's funny. Goodness. Okay. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Okay. Okay, we're good. We are good. Don't forget the music. It's just broken. Oh, you're on mobile. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Let's actually see what this campsite is like. I want to see what these tents and stuff are like. The Cat Island. Wait, Cat Island. Oh, is that what they're saying? It's like nearby. Aww. Seaside Park. I haven't had ads at all so far. Wait, that's actually kind of impressive. What is going on, Twitch? No ads? Have people stopped giving you ad money, Twitch? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Chat? Maybe time to go to YouTube. Maybe time to go to YouTube because Twitch stops having advertisers. They have no money to run the website. Why's the door just open? Accommodations is the Hikari Takase no Hirobi entrance. The Twitch dying? Maybe. Maybe. I still want that check mark though. I will get that check mark. That check mark will be mine. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay. Ah, okay, this is the ticket machine. Wait, were those admission tickets or wait? I missed it. What kind of tickets did they say those were? Time to clip and grow the tubes. I'm probably gonna have a separate channel, particularly for clips, because I think on the main channel, I'm gonna try to do scripted stuff more. We may do clips still as shorts, but I want to do more scripted stuff for the main channel. Death of TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, today, and Twitter again. Ugh, if only Twitter just actually died. I'd much rather have it like just completely disappear and not be accessible than actually just be like, okay, I'll give up on it, because I'm probably never going to give up on it unless it gets deleted. Just because there's so many people there and it's a good way to like advertise and stuff. The Dark Carnival Campfire, I will do, I think, whoa! Y'all see what I see? I'll never give up on Haneru. Y'all see what I see? Blue sky for the clips. Genius. Oh my god. But no, we'll probably put the clips into like shorts and stuff. No, look right there next to my head. Right over there. You see it? Look at it. Look real close. Don't look too close. It is chocolate. That is true. Okay, that's fine. You can keep looking at me. I saw it, and it's like the only one that's like that in all of the art here. Top right? The top right's not nearly like that. This is a lot of detail on this one chocolate wrapper. I should not be tempted by chocolate harlotry. Oh, you're so devoted today, Haneru. What did I do? Am I in trouble? Did I do something? Mirror and Go chocolate wrapper art win. If I could find the artist that did that, I would. I like that art style, and it looks really comfy. It was really warm looking. I said chocolate. Oh. Wait, is that a song? Or is that one of the baristas singing? I think that's one of the baristas singing. Promise? If you found the artist, if you found an artist that could do that style, I will try to get it done. Brutal! Look at him, he's so happy. He's got his short on. He's got his beach shirt on. He's doing his best. The in the park where you can stay overnight. Amazing. In the park. Insanity. Was it cafe music? It didn't sound like it was coming from a speaker. It sounded like somebody was singing. They're right there. Why did you get in a golf cart? They're right there. My ass would be walking. Also, is that nothing more than an observation platform over there, I wonder? Right? Probably just an observation platform. There's an inlet. A river? I can't tell. Maybe it's salty, maybe it's not. I don't know. It's probably brackish. Regardless, I'm going fishing. We're going fishing. Okay. I don't know why. This is reminding me back to whenever they did the episode on, I think it was like the ice place. They did one that was like a ice house or something. Ice, or like an igloo kind of hotel. Okay, it's small and cozy. It's not nearly as schmancy as some of their other places. Oh, it has AC. Impressive. Take a Lambo for 15 steps instead of walking 15 steps. I'd rather walk 15 steps and get into a goddamn Lambo. I'd rather take the steps than get into a Lambo. I am not nearly that lazy nor vain enough to get into a Lamborghini. Listen, the Lamborghini was a bad example. I ain't signing no contract to buy a car. Well, any special social contract to buy a car. Here's the money. Give me the title. Shit needs to be simpler again. Shit's gotten too complicated. I hate it. Tea kettle. I7. So sad that this is the last Mountain stream this year. It's okay. It's okay, 7-Eleven. We'll be back on the 2nd, on Tuesday. Not Tuesday, Thursday. Today's Tuesday. I would get a car for a Marin car swap. What do you mean a car swap? A Marin car? What is a Marin car? Wine openers and snacks. Is the little pieces of mochi? They look like little pieces of mochi. Oh, it's a snowball cookie. Won't see Marin for another year. No! How could this happen to me? This being her last stream. I at one point I put last stream in the title and I was like, oh no, people are gonna have a panic attack. Wrap the car in Marin's. Listen, I'd be really flattered if somebody did that. I do know there's that one company that I think like Vishojo works with and a couple others. Oh, that's a cool hanger. That makes VTuber car wraps and stuff. I'd love to partner with them. That'd be really cool. I don't know if there's anybody in our community that are like big like car buffs that would actually like kind of buy that stuff, because that's a big investment. It usually takes like a much larger community and people that are like super active in it to... The kitty cube! Aww. Flashlight. That is not a very good flashlight. That is really not a good flashlight. Semi-transparent plastic. Ooh. The ocean breeze. There's nothing like it. You know, it's only the end of the month, and if something were to mysteriously happen to my position on the board, we'd have a new VIP. Wait, what? Wait, what? What did you do? What? Listen, if any of y'all, if we had wraps, would any of y'all buy a wrap to put on your car? Would you? Be honest. And if I find out any of y'all have put it, no, we don't have any stickers that kind of fit on a car right now. What if we got a car sticker? What if we got really cringy bumper stickers? I don't do bumper stickers. I hate bumper stickers. But I know other people like bumper stickers. If I could afford a car that I could designate the fun car, yeah, probably. Just get a shit box and put a wrap on it. I'd put a sticker on a car if I had one. Yeah. I'm probably gonna sell my car before I move. Cause that shit ain't worth the trouble. And even if I didn't sell it, I'd probably still have to pay the car insurance from a distance if I had a place to leave it at. But, because I also think that's where most of my moving budget's gonna come from too, is selling my car. Look at them. They're gorgeous. I don't know exactly what those were off the top of my head. They look sort of like loons. I think they were cormorants. Actually, they look more like cormorants of some kind. Tune to 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. That'd be awesome. Buy all the Marin stickers for the car. I would also have to explain on the car. Who is this on your car? Some cool bitch on the internet? Some cool idiot I know on the internet that I like watching. She's kind of funny. She's kind of smart. She knows things. Yes, Rin, what can I do for you? What am I a dork for? What am I a dork for? What have I done? I'm enjoying the ocean. I gotta go in the sea, Rin. I gotta go in the ocean. I gotta get wet. What do you want from me? I gotta go in the sea. Cars are hella expensive. Well, cars are more expensive in the US than they are really anywhere else. I'm a big fan of Hondas, though. I like Hondas. And Hondas are pretty affordable. Plane. 2 other types of rooms? Oh. Could let them tour other ones that they weren't staying in? Oh. Oh, it's a really small container. Does it have, like, a porch on the back? There's a bench. I can go fishing. And then I can go fishing from in bed. Perfect. Perfect. Do things for a license? I mean, you could still just get a license. You can totally do things. Just get a license and you'd be able to go places and have fun stuff. Oh, wow. Wait, this is a lot bigger. Wait, if you have 3 or more an extra bed, is it a full away bed or do they actually have a whole nother section? Why did they put ocean wave sounds over this section? Because I can promise you, the waves are not that loud. For maintenance? Ooh. Size regulations for civilian cars. People getting fucking F450s dualies to run to the corner store for groceries. Like, huh? Yeah. I hate them. There was a makeshift petition recently that I'm sad didn't get enough people. What was it? Which one was it? Because we looked at them recently on stream, I think. Hi, Obsidian. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are cormorants. I'm just chilling. That's a heron. A gray heron, I think? I'm pretty sure that's a gray heron. Beautiful. Look at him. Look at that majestic boy with his long neck. He's such a stylish young man. Oh. Scooter time. Listen, there's nothing as embarrassing as riding a scooter, but also so fun when you're riding it. What the fuck, Kono? Long man. I love the herons that hang out in the apartment complex's ponds. Aww. Oh, hey, it's the same little figures. Aw, that's cute. Oh, I remember somebody actually sent me the website for where those figures come from. Because apparently it's a free website and you can just get those pictures that people use all the time in their like shorts or when they're explaining stories. I want an electric scooter so bad. Like, do you want an electric scooter like a Vespa or do you want an electric scooter like this? Because I'd take a Vespa. But also, yeah, I'd rather have a motorcycle at this point. None of them make some open source. Yep. I just don't remember the name of it because it's like, I think it's a Japanese word if I remember correctly, or it's like the company's name. Sparrow. Yaw. It's a bit surreal and cute. It is weirdly unsettling in its own little way. Okay, bye, Mr. Heron. Caught attention in other parts of Fukuoka. Fukuoka. Those are big golf balls? Correct. It just needed under 50 more people? Oof. Wait, what was it? Let me see. Choco's. Oh, okay. Choco's stuffed animal didn't get it. Okay. I see. Yeah, it's pretty hard for those makeshift things to like succeed. You need some, what's the word? Exceptional circumstances. Like, I think Digi's pin succeeded because there was so much push for it from so many different people. It was like Digi's own community and then like all of Radia's and then a bunch of different communities. Like JoJo was pushing it so hard. Oh, food truck? A comfy little pavilion. Wait. Does this look kind of like an observatory dome? To anybody else? Wait, do you think that opens up there in the top? What is this? Ooh. Oh wait, that's cool. French barbecue kebab style. Wait, that looks phenomenal. Give me that chicken. I want the chicken. I want the chicken. Nyoka. Craft Brewing. With a quirky package. Amazing. Rice cracker? What is rice cracker? That doesn't seem right. Ordain, where are you going? Where are you running to? Where are you trying to get? I hardly know her. God damn it. Boo! He's also having a beer day, which is rare. Amazing. Oh. Orion, clear free. Oh no, it's the Michelob Ultra of Japan. Getting more knives? No! Go back to your seat. Oh, okay, that's why it looked like there was raw meat in it. So you do have to cook it yourself. That's probably the steak that we saw earlier. And clean, so it's great to enjoy it hands-free. Guys? So then rub an onion on it first. What the hell? You're supposed to rub an onion on it. When even your beer's a funny little guy. Oh my god. It's sticking so much. Oh, it's making me so sad to see how much it's taking. Oh, potato. Ooh, coarse salt. Yo, this is blue. This is blue rare. Well, maybe not. Maybe just rare. Okay. How's the chicken? Ooh, I don't know. You had to put some work in there. You may have overcooked it a little bit. No, need more knives? Yeah, correct. You do not need more knives. You no longer need more knives. Cease, Ordain. Get back here. Come back and sit down in your chair. Oh, it's sometimes it's fine if chicken's like a little pink. But I don't. In this case, it's a little iffy. Chili kebab sauce, garlic mayonnaise. Can I have a knife? I thought you already had a knife. Neto, I thought you already had a knife. Didn't you already have a knife? Was I wrong? Was I wrong? I think I was wrong. Chicken breasts are white. Mostly so. True. But this was also like, this one was also seemed like it was like marinated or something. This, I almost called it a tortilla. It's almost like a tortilla. This flatbread doesn't look very good. Eat the skin, it's the best part. Eat the skin, it's the best part. Not providing enough knives, a large number of suggestions in the suggestion box. Oh, did you finally go through it, Sunstar? I haven't gone through that in like 2 years. Turkish bread. It's type of flatbread. Sunstar, is there anything else interesting in the suggestion box? Like I said, I haven't gone through it in like 2 years. And I don't think anybody, I haven't caught anybody putting one in the Discord one, so as you do. Got an air fryer, made chicken thighs, juicy as fuck. Goodness. Still dripping in juices, but according to my dad, they were what? Your dad sounds like a punk bitch. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I love air fryers. It's basically just baking though, so technically with an air fryer is just like small and convenient. It's useful, but it's really just baking. Dad never tasted non-dry Thank you for the self-care of midnight. Oh my god. Marshmallows. Alright, chat. How many of you have made s'mores on a campfire? 2 knives? Where did you find those? Not coward. Do what I did. Sharpen a stick and put it in the fire. Is speaking with extra air all the time. Or just small convection ovens? Correct, yes. I made s'mores out of a campfire. I've never had marshmallow. You've never had marshmallow? Damn. That's the thing too, chat. Do you know most marshmallows are artificial, but there is a natural type of marshmallow that is made from a root. There is a natural marshmallow where the originals were made, and then when the artificial version came around, it became much easier to produce, which is why like most packages are basically just artificial marshmallows. I only found that out sometime within this year. 2024 was an interesting year. Borrow after toys like frisbees and board games for free even on rainy days. Yippee! Is Catan here? Do they have Catan? Oh god, there's records. Holy shit, there's so many records. I make s'mores over stovetop flame. I'm so sorry, Light. I'm so sorry you had to do it yourself. What the? Huh. There's better things to put over fire. True, like a Dutch oven. The magics that can be made with a Dutch oven. On Gabo! How are you doing? Welcome in. How are you doing, dear? I wonder. No, I don't think I still have it. I don't think it still exists. Do I still have? I don't think I have this command anymore. Nope. Or is it something else? To put fire over things? That is true. That is very true. To call to the special commands? I thought I had something. Maybe it was something else. I don't remember. Okay, I lived. Hold on, random thing. I have to, because I just noticed, sorry, I had to sneeze. But has anybody, when you were a kid and you came across like flowers that still had like these bulbs on top of them, did you ever pop them? You ever like reach over and kind of just like pinch them so that they did like the little snap pop? Just me? Because I used to do that a lot. Oh, look at your baby. He needs more loving. Makes me want to make a pit roast again. Interesting. There's that cormorant son of a bitch again. Hanging out, doing suspicious things. Ooh. Where'd this beach come from? Uh-oh. Go pet him. Go pet him. Do it. With mines? What do you mean with mines? Oh. Wow, there are so many things that you can just borrow from this hotel. What is that? Is it a little cake? Oh, it's breakfast. Oh. Yogurt. I see a little sausage. Cucumber. I can't tell at all what that is, but it looks like something on top of a piece of bread. Why am I a cat? Ordain is a cat now? Is Ordain a cat now? Or are things they'd looked mine like, yep. 3 hours to New Year's, so happy New Year in advance. I love you. Hope you're well today. Aw, hi Gorbo. I hope you have a good New Year's night. It is light. I love watching these videos. They're really nice, and it's fun to like learn about some of these locations. Yogurt. Oh wait, that yogurt looks awesome. It looks like it has the texture of like an almond yogurt. Salad. Are they tinking salad cups together? Oh wow, wait, what is that building over there? What you looking at, Ordain? What you looking at? Western Riding? Wait, I swear I've seen that character before. Oh no. The Westaboos are here. Wow, he really do be munching along. Oh. You can enjoy horseback riding from 7,500 yen for 30 minutes. Wait, that's less than $10.
Enjoy the show.
Sanders Thaddeus, thank you for the Sanders Thaddeus, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. Peppy. Hey, Peppy. I love horses. New Year's, where's your spicy water? I'm going to get spicy water with Fairbanks, okay? It's fine. It's fine. Ah, yes. Checks to make sure feet are right. Wait, does her hat says California. California original? Amazing. I don't need to ride them again? Why not? But they're fun. They're super cool. I got to ride a horse through a bunch of trails on the Smoky Mountains once. That was fun. Wait, he's got, what are those little cups over his feet? Aw, I was nervous. They walked in front of me for me. Aw, aw. That's a good horse. That's a very good horse. He turns to check on her to make sure she's still following. Wait, is that Mooney? Getting jiggy with it. Oh no. Just the park is vast and offers unique views. Wait, where? Where are the unique views? I'm looking at the ocean. Oh god. Oh, that's a shipping yard over there. But say, why are there so many cranes? Oh, duh, it's a fucking shipping yard, stupid. Do you think horseshoes? No, the horseshoes are on the bottom of the feet. They may be to protect something, possibly. He may have, like, maybe not a rash, but maybe, like, lesions of some kinds. So they cover him because maybe he, like, hurts himself on things. Oh, it was the rope course. Called Sea Dragoon. Amazing. 17 meters high with 92 different activities. What? And what, do you like work your way down all of the activities? Please tell me I don't have to swing like a monkey across all of those ropes. That's too stressful for me. I usually think rope courses are neat, but like the idea of some of them stress me out a lot. I would never leave this thing. Really? No. Oh, there's the pavilion over there. Okay. Let's do... I think we'll do one more. But I wanted to see if I could find one that was like particularly wintry. Shiba Cafe. Shiba Cafe. But hold on real quick. Let me see if the preview for this one will give me anything interesting. Central Tokyo Amusement Park. Tropical Ryokan. Remote Island? Anyone? Who wants to go to Remote Island? Huh? Nah, I would do the traditional one. I want the traditional one. Fuck it. Oh. Oh my god, I'd be too embarrassed. I'd be too embarrassed. I don't like the idea of people having to wait for me. Oh. Is that one of the candle grills? Break out the prawn! Oh. Was that theater? We've been expecting you. No, Sunstar, that's not allowed. Oh, we almost fled civilization? What do you mean? Oh, to the remote island? Ah, yes, the remote island where we're totally not going to be hunted for sport. Oh. God damn it, Wendy's... Wait. Hold on, I want to know. Okay, hold on. I want to know what's on. Oh my god, is that egg? Does the Hokkaido burger have egg on top of it? A mushroom melt burger? Mushroom melt on a spicy chicken sandwich? Wait, this is so much better. Oh my god, wait a second. This is Wild Rock. That is a burger that has the meat for the buns. I'm sorry, chat. We're derailing because I saw a thing. Okay, a lot of Baconator USA single. Amazing. Plus sets. Fries. Chili cheese fries. These prices are about the same, oddly enough. Wait, pasta? What? Carbonara, bacon and butter pasta, shrimp Alfredo, tomato sauce? What the fuck? Because the KFC Double Down was too tame? True. Hold on, what are these potato ones? Oh, they're flavored fries. Okay. Basil butter, grilled scallops, steamed potato and butter, burnt butter, soy sauce, chicken consomme, plain. Wow. What is dip potato? Okay, just fries into dipping sauce. Cod roe mayonnaise. What world do we live in? I hate it. The US is terrible. The US fucking sucks. The US was never good. The US was good before white people showed up. We fucked it up. We blew it. We came here and really said, you know what we need? Capitalism. You know what we need? More businesses. You know what we need? More taxes. No, wait, not the more taxes, but actually more taxes. Listen, you pay more in taxes now than you did when the American Revolution started. It's time to start pulling people out of their homes, okay? I'm not saying that particularly, but I'm not saying it. We need to go back to the old ways. We need to go back to the old labor ways. Oh god, the tinking. Wendy's gone too far? Nah. I was gonna say, when Wendy's and McDonald's has better stuff than they have here, I'm livid. I'm livid. I'm about to be a goddamn problem. That is all. I'm here to be a fucking problem. Just know the US and make it parking space? Please no. Please no. The US actually has some really nice nature. Just, can we get rid of the buildings and people? Can we do that? Reject modern human, return to Unga Bunga. What's the, can we return to like, what's the word? Can we have some modern utilities, but kind of return to more of like a, fuck it, I want Solar Punk. I want Solar Punk. Just look at the Solar Punk commercial again. I want that. I want that. Because yes, I might be paying a little more, but tastes better. Wait, a little better. Wait, you're paying more where? I haven't been to Wendy's either. I couldn't tell you the last time I've been to Wendy's. It's been several years. I honestly don't know. I didn't even go whenever they had like that SpongeBob meal thing. Living where good traditional inns. Look up Anasaku Roha. Roha? Oh. I kind of want to rewatch, what is it called? Eurocamp. I want to rewatch Eurocamp at some point. Because that anime was really cozy. I watched it when it was first coming out, so I only got to watch it, like, drip-fed to me, like, once a week. Oh. Oh, she goes to positions. Everybody in position. Everybody in position. Also, I love this man's outfit. This dude's outfit is so cool. The audio cut out for a second. I got very confused. It's about the same price. At this point, a Wendy's. Wait, a Wendy's just been a little bit more expensive than those, but both McDonald's and Burger King taste terrible. I could agree with that. I still think McDonald's McNuggets are decent if you like want like a quick bite, but that's it. I don't think anything else in the menu is special. I still remember back in like 2010 or so when McDonald's had like their gourmet burger menu. That shit was fire, but they got rid of it after like 2 months. Yeah, comfy camp. Oh, is it a cookie? Aww. Wow. While being served sparkling wine. Oh, this is taro? Oh no, those are red beans. Hell yeah, I love red beans. That was when we went to that shopping center I was talking about. They actually had a place in it that sold what is that fish pancake called again? I think it starts with a T. Well, I got one of those and mine had red beans in it and it was really fucking good. I didn't realize that it was like basically puff pastry. I thought it was more supposed to be pancakey, but the place there used like puff pastry, so it was more like a croissant. Because the US branch served the lowest quality shit inside the US, but that's basically every fast food. Yeah, no, we're hating on all of them, Fury. We're hating on all of them. They all suck in the US compared to what they do overseas. They will bend over backwards for a market overseas, but it's also, Americans will fucking eat it here. Americans eat it all the time. They will put so much garbage into themselves and not care. Which is kind of funny to me. Kind of funny because somehow Americans still have some weird superiority complex. And private baths? Okay, how much are private baths? I need to know because I have tattoos.
が湯上がりどころでございます。本日のお部屋が
Oh, wow, the view.
107いおりの梅というお部屋でございます。また非常の際はスタッフが誘導させていただきます。
Towns that is boycotting McDonald's, making sure they don't build another building there. Is it the one that turned in Luigi? Like we get chicken wings, the BK, or the McRib all year round? Oh. With their spaces, but with food in general? Ooh. Oh. So they're all named. That's actually really cool. I wonder how they come up with names for... Uh-oh. It's not a cut in the door, is it? Okay, it's not a cut. I think that's just for airflow. Okay. Oh, very traditional. All the chairs with the rest. Aww. Oh, Western beds. Oh, wow. I'm surprised to find those. Didn't expect that. What's through that door? Oh. Is it just like an outside access? Oh. And even has a garden. Wait, have they talked about how much this place is yet? I missed it. Have they talked about how much this place is? Agami! Wait, dressing room and wash basin? Is there... Is this a private bath? Oh. Okay, so yeah, there is private bath. Okay. The constantly running water's always been an interesting thing to me, but I guess it's always recycled in some way, probably. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? Who did that? Midnight! What the fuck? Here, hold on. We're gonna get comfier. Yeah. Hi. I'm way down here. Huh. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. Is that per night? Or was that wasn't per person? That's probably for two of them, isn't it? I was gonna say, for this whole experience, I'd say if it was like 300 per person. And it looks like they probably got like everything. That they got like everything to go with this. Then there's probably cheaper options. Who was that? It was Midnight. It was Master Midnight that fucking scared me with the fart for a second. Or cut off, but I'd say for two. Yeah. Yeah. And by his mom because of debts. Lands with her granny who runs a traditional inn. She's very strict and main character more or less gets forced to work at the inn if she wants a place to stay. Also handling school, but focus is on the inn. Okay. A sweet. What kind of sweet is it? Is it another bun? It looks like a bun. Walnut Manaka. What's in it? Is it a walnut? Is it a whole walnut? Oh, it seems hard. Is it wafer? Is the outer shell like wafer? I think it is. Oh, you didn't even bite into it to show it to us. Come on. Farts can be scary, especially when it sounds like they're farting down an empty tunnel. Oh. It always feels like sometimes the audio's out of sync with some of these videos. Like water sound stuff will start before we see it. And I'm always like, what is that? Hello? Where are you? I saw it pop up. I saw it pop up on my feed that you spent the bits. Nice try, Midnight. Nice try. Oh. Oh yeah, this is a lot. This is not even any traditional sense. This is very Western. Oh, but you get a bigger bath. Ooh. Me just dissociating while listening to the water drip off. Oh, the most affordable room without a hot spring. Okay. Are you gonna tell us the price? So if this is the most affordable one, it's an interesting structure. This little turn around the garden. Yeah. Going the whole time? You probably wouldn't hear it inside. And surrounding the garden. Okay. Oh, goodness. Being able to watch that TV from in bed, though, seems like kind of a struggle. Is this... Wait, I couldn't tell. Was that on the first floor? It's themed as a hideaway. Oh. Okay, so more than likely all the rooms are kind of, well, pretty different from each other. Well, there's the bathtub, but it doesn't look like it's actually hooked up. I heard it's found in the bedroom area. Oh. What kind of sneaky stuff have you done in here? Where's the hideaway? Is that a projector TV with sound system?
It has seen the end of Kenobi and will soon see the end of the rebellion.
Oh my god, it was Star Wars. It's fucking Star Wars. Oh? Why did they have a hatch window there? Why is there a hatch window? What? That is such a slim doorway, too. The Japanese subtitles are so funny to me. I figured Star Wars of all franchises probably would have had like multiple language dubs. I'm surprised there isn't a Japanese dub of Star Wars. What's wrong, Rodane? You can't, out of all the things you can't handle a little bit of water? A little bit of dripping water? That's the standard window in Europe? It looks like, what do you mean? It looks like a boat window. Oh, what are we doing? Fixing? Adjusting? It has to be perfect. It has to be perfect. Oh. What do you mean a standard window? Oh. Dinner in the room? I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't like all the pomp, circumstance, and ceremony. It stressed me out so much. I wouldn't want her to have to go through it. I would just be like, thank you for the food. I can handle it from here. Oh. Dang, I wish I could read. If only I could read. Chat doesn't know that I have a text-to-speech program that only I can hear. Mary, no, like being pampered? No, I don't. I like it, but I feel bad because I feel like I shouldn't be, and like people shouldn't waste so much time, and I really want to eat the food. And it feels like so much work, like having them have to do like the whole ceremony and everything. Oh, what is that? Some kind of paste? Is that the pumpkin? I think. No, that's the pumpkin right there. There's a seed that's been cut through. Ow. Soup? Oh. Is it supposed to be soup? We're gonna pour the broth in? Okay, no, just sake. Oh. That's the basic ass window in Europe and Germany. Handles of 90 degrees, fully open, handle at 180. Oh, no. I was talking about the circular window that was next to the desk. There was that circle one that looked like a ship hatch. Bye. Mushrooms? Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about the those kinds of like sliding windows. Those are fine. How's she been talking just this whole time? Illiterate. It's the text-to-speech device, okay? It's the text-to-speech device. It gets annoying when it's just a bunch of emotes, because it just it mostly sounds like gibberish, but whenever I hear you talk, it's how I understand you. Not really. Not really, I can read. But it's funny.
の手前が本マグロとボタンエビ、そして手前が生ウニでございます。
Did I tell y'all I had sea urchin for the first time when I went to that conveyor belt sushi place? I don't remember what it tasted like. I only remember the seaweed that was wrapped around it, and I didn't really like the seaweed. It tasted like metal. Oh. Uh-oh. Is this just, we just having... Okay. I guess they ate it. I guess they ate it. Okay. Wow, that is a big piece of sea urchin. Bring warm meals to your room one at a time. Aw, I like the little egg dish. Oh! You can hear her shaking. Chestnut rice.
夏のの節句は作物の取れる時期でして、庶民の間では栗の節句とも呼ばれて、栗ご飯を食べて祝っていたとされております。
Just a little bit of chestnuts and a little bit of rice. Okay. She's working so hard, but she's using like one hand to try to put something down. You can hear her shaking. Black cattle. Oh. Okay. The pretty little star mushroom. Butter. Okay, it's cut. It's not just one slab of meat. Wait, that meat looks awesome. Meat actually looks really, really good. Oh, wait a second. I saw that brown inside. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. And a bell pepper. The number of places I have seen this couple get meat stuck is always funny to me. Hi Mike, how are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Welcome in. Somehow this couple will always manage to get their meat stuck on a grill and like lose a piece of it. Ooh. Okay. A bit tired, going to get a bit of rest. Have a good night, Ordain. I may not be here when you get back up though. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know, okay? You can't be mad at me. You can't be mad at me when I'm gone when you come back, okay? Ordain's gonna blow something up. Ordain's gonna blow something up when they come back and I'm not here. I know they are. I know they are. Thumbs up. Okay. Just a little, okay. Sweet fish. Ooh. Oh. And also, did anybody see the roast sticking out of the side of that one larger one? Look at the teeth. A bayberry radish cut in the shape of chrysanthemum? What is a bayberry? I can't believe Ordain hates me. Ordain hates me. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have snoozed that. I was like, we were probably gonna be able to finish this video soon. No, we're halfway through it.
こちらはナスのオランダ煮と小カブ、そして2種の甘露煮でございます。青みとしてオクラがついております。
Oh, okay, that's for next week. 1 hour to go until New Year's? Hell yeah, for you, furry. I took some of my husband's portions. Wow. Wow, let the man eat. Is that okra? It's a vinegar dish. Steamed abalone. Oh. Snoozed. Snoozed. No, I already snoozed it. I already snoozed it, but I shouldn't have. Wait, I like spaghetti squash. Last savory course. Okay. iPad delayed. iPad has been delayed. I'm sorry, Sunstar. I'll give you your iPad in a minute. It's gonna take 5 minutes. Ooh, I could go for a rice dish tonight. That actually sounds nice. I don't think Fairbanks is here right now. I think Fairbanks went to go stream? Question mark? Question mark? Hold on a second. Is Fairbanks live? Hmm. Okay. All right, that is totally fine with me. Grapes? Oh, pear and grapes. Well, that is a really hard pear. Fruits have a separate stomach. They're juicy and delicious. Yes, it's the dessert. There's always room for dessert. Always room for dessert. Okay. Last iPad of the year? It might be. It might be. The last iPad of 2024. Chat, you better win it. You better not blow it when it's iPad time. Oh. Oh my god, that mask. The big bulging mask. You like pear? I love pears. Pears are delicious. Wait. Wait. Former president. Oh, okay, so it's a local affair. New iPad for 2.0. I could probably figure something out. I could probably work something out. A pair of these. Sunstar, can you do me a favor? Can you bonk furry for about 30 seconds? Please and thank you. I'm not even gonna dirty my hand with that joke. I will make one of the mods do it. Please and thank you, Sunstar. 600 years. Oh. Okay, I see where this is going. Facial expressions and movements. Oh, let's say facial expressions could make sense, but when you're using a mask, when it's 2.0, we don't have an exact date yet, but it'll be soon, TM. It'll be soon, TM. I'm probably not going to get the second background done in time, and I'm going to have to suck it up and just do with what I have to work with. Oh. Abuse? What do you mean, abuse? 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 Is that what you're trying to say? My god, my blanket's warm as heck. Ooh. 2025 here? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, I was originally going to do something special for this Friday. but we weren't able to figure out how to do the trailer I wanted to make, which kind of sucks. So we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see when I do some stuff. Because we were going to do something as early as this Friday. Why does this guy look like Gilbert Gottfried of the... Whoa, you can't say that. But no, I see it. I see it. I see it. I know where you're going with this. The fact that this man is like the former president of this like hotel is so funny to me because it gives the energy of just an old man making his guests enjoy his theater. Yoshiraku? I don't know what that is. Okay, but it was kind of cute. It was kind of cute. I'd watch it. I'd watch it. I think it was cute. 2 types? Jacket, they say. Jacket. Another anime that includes this kind of theater. Oh, man yells at rocks. Man yells at small pillow in hand. Take a what now? Take a what now? I forgot. I forgot what I said. Take a... Taka... I don't know. I don't know where I was going. I lost it. I don't know. I don't know to take a what now? I don't know if I said something. Oh, yes. All of the plastic pack. There's the ad break. All right. iPad time, kiddos. iPad time. Better not lose. You better not lose, you hear? I'll be back in a bit. Okay, nobody died, right? Everybody's still intact. Nothing's on fire. Y'all won the round. You did it. You didn't blow it. I'm proud of you, chat. I am proud of you. Or did I forget to hit play? No, y'all played. Okay. I sees it. I sees it. Anyway, back to this. I returned from hell and Blitz wants his My Little Pony Funko? What? Who? No. Gross. Airbrush. A razor? I don't think I'd ever be caught dead using a hotel razor. What is this melody? Oh, here, let me see that. Buried Alive by Avenged Sevenfold. Buried Alive by Avenged Sevenfold. Also, thank you, Fury. Furry. Again, no ads? Really? Sus toothbrush? What do you mean? It was just wood. Silky smooth quality. Silky smooth. Like it makes your skin silky smooth? That's what are we working with here? Even after reset and stream? Really? Chat, I think we have a problem. I don't know what's going on. Twitch really isn't incentivizing people trying to get Gamba those Valorant subs away. But it was sus followed by other words I didn't catch. Oh. Oh, the words in the game? Oh, brands on the toothbrush. Okay, gotcha. I'd be in that bathtub way too long. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'd be in that bathtub way too long. He's recognized between the most beautiful starry skies. Oh. I mean, I see a lot of light pollution still. I don't think the starry skies are going to be very visible. It's also with all the spare lights this hotel has. Hi, Rama. What are you doing? What trouble are you getting into tonight on New Year's Eve? Are you going to the VR chat hangout? I'm actually going out tonight. I'm going to hang out with Fairbanks. And I'm probably dragging Fairbanks to restaurants because I'm hungry now. Heading off to a friend's? Hell yeah. Yeah, I wanted to get a stream in before I go on down to bother the shit out of Fairbanks. Rock. Various rocks. But I hope you have a good time tonight. Remember to be careful. Remember to drink not respectfully, responsibly. Now you should probably drink respectfully too. Helps a lot for sleeping. I hope you have a good New Year's. And I hope you get everything you want for New Year's. All the resolutions shall be accomplished. Also, you'll get that check mark. You're getting that goddamn check mark this year. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go talk to somebody. And they won't know who I am. You got it, Rama. It's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy. You'll have it before TwitchCon. You'll have it before TwitchCon. I'm confident. I'm confident. Oh? What is that? Apple? Drink respectfully, not responsibly. Respectfully, correct. Drink respectfully. Taste the variety of apples. Jeez, those are huge apples. Holy hell. Ooh. Burdock? Oh, I forget. What is burdock? Why do I always forget it when I hear the name? Nerd! Hi, Sai. Breadcrumbs to the sparrows. Oh, nope. Okay, he got his fill. He got his fill in one peck. He gets the ability to stab. Amazing. Ah, yes, stab-ability. I get it. I see how it works. I understand. Okay. They aren't spicy, they're beautiful. Beautiful. I don't think I'd ever describe a pepper as beautiful. Peppers can get pretty raunchy looking. Like, you ever seen a scorpion pepper? That shit looks heinous. That shit looks like it wants to kill you. Okay, this is the burdock. Is it? Show me! Show me! Oh, okay, okay. Pickle burdock, it looks like. No, I agree on the stability thing. There's accomplishments that we can say have to do this year. There's things we all have to do. There's things that will be done. Oh, wait, this is breakfast? Or part of breakfast? Just a taste of everything. Okay. Correct. Bleed money from the rich. Hey, Kiwi.
本日ご予約いただきました。こちら単価膳でございます。単価の575、77足した数の31膳になるように作られていまして、白いおかずの小皿が29、そしてご飯とお味噌汁を合わせて
Wait, that looks like broccoli with mayonnaise on it.
どうぞお召し上がりくださいませ。
It's a very interesting breakfast. Needs to be reserved in advance. I see tons of tofu kinds. I see fish, egg, vegetables. Oh, okay. Tamagoyaki. Okay, the sweet egg. And then it looks like, I think those are oranges in the very top right, but it also looks like there's mayonnaise on them. Whatever's on the broccoli in the top left is also on the oranges in the top right. Okay. Oh, good lord. That was a sweet plum. Or pickled plum, sorry. And they put their pits back. Chat, are you okay? This is too much food. Chat, did you get full looking at this? Or did you get hungry looking at this? Oh? Public bath? Wait, this doesn't look like they're heading to public bath. This looks like they're heading to theirs. Okay, they just skipped. They wanted the B-roll to pan past the little fountain in their backyard. Hi, awesome guy. How are you doing? Oh, little fireplace. Some agua fresca, if you would like it. Agua fresca. Agua fresca. Pretty sure it's a G and not a Q. Ah, yes, the private bath. Look at that gentleman. He is so distinguished. And then she's just a pile of clothes. The lady is just a pile of clothes. Because of how much she was wearing. Oh, what are those little cabinets? Oh wow, that is a snazzy blow dryer. I returned to see baby. What are you here for, baby? The baby? The baby? Fairbanks, I fucked up. I watched too much food. Now I'm hungry. I'm hungry. And I must be fed. Where are we going? What is there to eat? I wish for cool things to eat. I'm finding out relics in the past, aka arcade games. What? Oh, what baby? What baby? I don't know what baby. Okay, and it looks like there's an outdoor section too. Did she show that a minute ago and I missed it? I think I missed it. I think I looked away. Okay. Oh, wow. They have like all of those rocks are kind of just like weirdly cemented in different ways to like cover the pipes. That's funny. Phantoms, I'm guessing, apparently went out and bought snacks. Wait, house party? I want you to go out to eat. Aww. I want you to go out to eat. And go to the bar. Aww. I wanted to go out tonight. Fairbanks. Wait, do you mean... Wait, getting a house from the 80s and just finding old relics from past, aka arcades? Oh, the house from the 80s. I read that it's like you bought a house in the 80s, and then there'd be like the ancient relics for arcade games. I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. I wanted to go see what cool restaurants y'all had down there. Oh no, not the pre-party. I'm also kind of scared to drive. I'm kind of scared to drive the highway during rush hour. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get there at this time. Rock out to St. Van Halen, probably look at paints for my car. Ooh. Okay. Oh god, that wall's busted. Oh, the wooden pads. Oh, okay, this is the path. There's inside viewing of one of the baths. Oh, I wonder what that says. Oh, there's a little statue that's been so worn down over time. It's kind of impressive. I can't quite tell what it used to be. Maybe a seal? Oh, is there a cave? Oh my god. Hot spring in a cave. Also, you can see how... What's the word? How rugged all of those rocks are. Uneven? Is that the word I was looking for? Yeah, uneven. I probably would have stubbed the shit out of my toe on that one. I saw one of those rocks was just kind of like jutting up. I was like, I would have kicked the shit out of that. Could have been a dog. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if it was a dog either. Oh goodness. Definitely going to need to get repainted due to the paint getting old in the 70s, so paint getting hit with... Ah, gotcha. Smart. Okay, this is the private one. Oh, no reservation? No extra cost? Okay, that's really good. You just kind of first come, first serve. Yoink and mine. That's my New Year thing. I want to know, you're going to paint your car. Are you going to do it yourself, or you're going to take it somewhere to get it done? Because I think to do a good job of painting your car, you kind of have to have like a serious setup. Chevrolet Nova. Ooh. Wait, I heard something about a Chevrolet Nova recently. Why did I hear about a Chevrolet Nova recently? I swear it was a serial killer podcast I was listening to. I can't remember. I can't remember the guy's name. Oh, next to it. Okay, are we here for another show? Nope. Little bitty cafe with all the hanging glasses. Oh. Wait, was that some kind of coffee dessert that I saw on that first page? Well, look at you, sir. Hello. Sir. My god. A little truffle. A little truffle as a treat. Made with rare pea berry coffee beans. Is that a brand? Also, his mitt holding that kettle. I like that mitt. During nice days, and I have another car, but from the earliest 80s. Ah, gotcha. Ooh. I always thought that was a little like... I'm much more of like a uniform drinker, so I'm the type of asshole that when that's handed to me, I'm gonna put like a straw or something in it, I'm gonna stir it, I'm gonna feel like a dick. I don't think I've ever had a latte like that though, but every time I see it, I'm always like, I like have like the uniform taste in mine. I don't want to have like cream in one swallow and then coffee in the other. Homemade orangettes? Is that dried orange dipped in chocolate? Thank you for the hay payets. My coffee actually did look really good. Our own chocolate. I don't know what's inside that. When was the last time I had coffee? I don't have coffee that often because it kind of like... The people usually have coffee to start their day, and when I have coffee, the coffee sends me to the bathroom, and then I feel terrible the rest of the day. It's a bit of a situation, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. Teeth problems. Ooh. Yeah, I think I've been having teeth problems recently too. I think a couple months ago I lost a cap on one of my teeth, and recently I've noticed when I try to eat some things, sometimes my jaw hurts. But that's only super recently. That's like the last 2 days. And it's not every time, and I can't figure out why. And the thing is, I don't know if I used to have a cap there or not, but when I feel it with my tongue, it doesn't feel like it's supposed to. It doesn't feel like it's supposed to. Are real? Yeah. Yeah. Is that a tree? Good old radium toothpaste can't fix. Stop bringing up the radium toothpaste! This is not a radium toothpaste household. This isn't even a charcoal household. Same with coconut. Eat too much, it'll happen. Oh. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Granted, I don't think I've ever eaten like an excessive amount of coconut. Probably the most coconut I've ever eaten at once probably came from like a German chocolate cake or something. Oh. That little bridge is kind of... It's cute. But, you know. Rickety, I guess is the word. Would you prefer a Radia toothpaste? I don't know, what would a Radia toothpaste entail? Is it like mashed scorpions? What's the deal? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh. Theater room. Into the small entrance. Oh, are these drawers? What are these? Okay. Oh! Wait, did you just push it back? Wait, what just happened? I was very confused by that motion. I couldn't tell what happened. Oh, wait, this is really cool. This is really cozy looking. It's a morgue. A morgue? Was this supposed to say morgue? No, it wasn't big enough to be a morgue, you goofball. A morgue for fairies. Ah, the river. Peach trees and autumn leaves. Wow, that is a crystal clear river. Show me your fish. All the benches that all look like logs. Oh goodness, sorry. Yachting. I'm gonna have to get an energy drink, apparently, for tonight. I'm gonna need an energy drink, apparently. And then just a bunch more. Is that matcha cake? Wait, that cake looks awesome. Hurry up, it's melting. All right. All right, guys. That was a bit of a chill time. We are done and done. That is the end of 2024. We will be back Thursday. We're going to be doing more spooky shit. I'm thinking we're probably going to do, we're either going to do some more urban exploration or spectral twinks. I don't know which yet. I do not know which yet, but I already know who we're going to raid. We are raiding a little shadow demon by the name of Iyara. She is currently playing the Cabin Factory that we played yesterday. I will catch y'all later. We will have tons of new stuff going into the new year. I'm going to start working on the videos. We have 2 models that are already ready to go. I'm just waiting on some more assets for one of them at least. And other than that, I hope this is going to be a good year. I think this is going to be a good year. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. I will see you on Thursday. Good night. Iron, what the fuck? Wait a minute, bring it back. Did you just start a hype train? Did you just start a hype train? Motherfucker? It's like mysterious adds wink wink to the fish leaderboard. You son of a bitch. Really, Sunstar? Really? All right. Anybody else? You did this. Oh, it actually looks like Yard just finished Cabin Fever. How could you do this? How could you do this to me? You think that'll stop me, though? You think that'll stop me? Might just disappear from the ranks. Not much I can do. What do you mean? Going into the new year, are you going to stop? Are you going to stop playing the fishing game? Is that what you're admitting to? Is that what you're admitting to? How could you, Sunstar? Oh my god. Sunstar. Sunstar. Hi, Jess. All right, guys, we're gonna do. Let's do the crime brulee. I'll give you all the crime brulee. That'll be our raid message. Keep it simple. We'll have better emotes again, like I said yesterday, in the future for that one. It's gonna be a lot funnier. I promise you will like those emotes. But once again, have a good night, guys. Enjoy your New Year's. Remember to drink responsibly and respectfully, but also remember to have a good time and make responsible decisions. It's all gonna get better. Have a good night.